So Jeff, I started the recording of the meeting because last night I forgot to record it. So this time I'm recording it early. Okay.
You said you'd save the chat, so.
Well, that too, but this is different. This is recording the entire damn meeting, which I'm supposed to be doing. Two different things. I'm never going to listen to a recording ever or look at one because they are like 100 megabytes, you know, stupid, but for Public Records Act. So anyway, I started the recording. I'm still playing catch up with emails, however. And it had said Andre Parvenu had come to the meeting at 5 o'clock. Do you remember him?
What time was the meeting?
The meeting starts, opens the doors at 6:30 and it starts, if we have quorum, at 6:45. But he came at 5 o'clock, apparently.
Well, apparently he didn't read his agenda.
Well, it's just weird. You would think that Zoom would say when somebody tries to log in, meeting doesn't start until, right? Anyway. So, do you know, because since I'm the host, I never have to do anything. Do you guys have to, when you are logging in, do you have to put on the meeting ID or the password? You're mute. Have you walked away? I don't know.
No, I didn't walk away. I was in another window.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I'm reading emails from Octaviano.
Yes, you do have to input the meeting ID and then it asks for the meeting password.
Oh, damn. Okay, so I have to email Chris a second time. All right. Because I don't. I just get to log in. So I will redo my little email to her. I feel like I'm everybody's mom. Which I now just recorded me saying. Okay.
Hear you. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mute.
Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Looking good.
I'm teaching her how to use Zoom real quick. I'm getting it on my laptop so I can
Got it.
place them off.
Oh, is that Yanni?
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hello.
David, you want to say hi to Chris and Yanni? No, I meant come say hi to Chris and Yanni. Because it's only Jeff, Chris, Yanni, and me right now here in Zoom land.
Welcome home, David.
I had to walk far to get to you. Hi.
There's
Hi, Yanni.
Hi. You wanna have a looky-see at Roosevelt next week?
I'd love to. I was across the street picking up my cat carrier from Mimi, and I walked over to just peek through the windows. But yeah, I'd love to see it.
Let's do it after the 4th.
That sounds good.
Love to. We've made progress.
I hope so. Looks like a lot of money and a lot of effort, so I hope there's lots of progress.
It's been the thing it's been our COVID project. Something every day you wake up and you have something you have to do, so it's probably keep us sane, if not
Wow.
immobilized by infinite decision making, but love to show it to you.
I'd love to see it. And you have a birthday coming up. Happy birthday.
Tomorrow, yeah, I'm getting old.
Yes, happy birthday. Young.
Well, wait. I have one other question. What's happening on 25th Street apartment?
We just got 2 sign-offs today. We've had just horrendous issues with the city, but we got 2 of the gas meters signed off. We've got a couple other things. We got to get the plumber back. We had to fire our plumber. Our plumber did very good plumbing work, but he didn't really know LA gas codes, and he didn't do the gas stuff right.
Well, that's a problem.
That is a problem. So we had to fire him, let him go. We've got a new, very good plumber. We had a really good inspector today. He was helpful, not just difficult or obstructive. And we just have to sort out some more things and recover from the bad plumbing. I mean, he did beautiful plumbing work, but beyond that, he was out of his skill base, although he wasn't willing to acknowledge that.
Well, that's really too bad, but
it's wearing, but it is what it is until it's something different. So,
right. Okay, I'm Jeff. You're watching the waiting room, right?
Yes, I'm watching the rating room.
Thank you, because once again, I just remembered I have to do the DAC blank form. It's annoying. I just never remember these things. So.
One good thing about COVID right now, Laura, is that I think by the end of this, you're going to be so tech savvy that we're not even going to have to do a run through of how to run everything on the computer. I think you got this.
Right. Well, I semi got this, but I'm suddenly realizing as I'm doing this, it's like, okay, did I do this right? No, I did not. And I'm getting a text, and and.
Need the right notebook. The Unnc notebook.
Okay. So. So you guys, I'm not paying any attention to you right now because I'm actually trying to fix this little thing.
That's fine. We're okay. We're self-actualized or self-realized that we're okay.
So I was wondering, and this is probably something we could discuss another time too, so since we talked about timekeeping and stuff, there was one way where I could see this working if, for example, I have a timer on my computer and I could share the screen. Like, let's say we have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm coming back. Here's the problem. If you're sharing the screen, we can't share the screen. They haven't set up in Zoom yet the ability to share the screen in 2 windows.
Right. So
This has
the
been
part
the
where I was
subject,
gonna,
meaning people are now asking Zoom to fix this problem. It's not just neighborhood councils. That national organization that teaches people how to give speeches, they've also been asking, hey, George. So anyway, so we can share a timer on the screen if nobody else is sharing the screen, but if we have anything else shared screen, it just is not gonna, the timer has to go away. That it's an issue.
yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna basically say right after that. If someone's not gonna share something or do a presentation, we could do that. If they're not, then we could easily like have them share and
Right.
then just have the timer hidden in the meantime.
Okay. Well, like I said, I am, I'm having troubles is what I'm having right now, doing something. So you guys carry on while I'm doing what I'm doing here, please.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
Good to see everybody.
Hi everyone, good to see
Hi,
you
sir.
guys.
How you doing?
Doing great over
How you
here.
doing, Brother Carlos?
I'm doing great, thank you. And
Awesome.
guys, I have to apologize here. Ironically, I have a conflict. I have 2 Zoom meetings scheduled. This one and one from my daughter's school as well. So I'm gonna be muted out, but I'm gonna be on the other one at the same time.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I wanted to make sure I made this one.
Multitasking.
Yes, thank you.
Go, brother. There you go.
I did try attending 2 Zoom meetings once on 2 computers. It did get confusing.
Well, let's hope I'm not confused on today, right? So,
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Liz.
Hello, Greg.
Liz,
How you
Good
doing,
to see you.
good to see you as well. Good to see all of you guys.
Hi Lizzie, hi Dorit.
Hello.
Hugo.
Hugo.
Hugo, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
Man, it's gonna be running city planning for us. Run that department, bro. Yep. Run that department. Let's see, am I going to try?
Okay.
Mr. Andre, how do you want us to address you?
Greetings, everyone.
Hi, sir.
I'm here for
Hi.
public comment when it's that time to do so. Hey,
Oh,
Laura.
okay, sir.
Wow.
How are you?
Yes, it's been a while.
Yes, it
hello.
has. So we run this like
Whenever
a,
you have time for public comment, I'd like to.
yes, you can participate, but right now you can just yak because we're all we're doing is having a reception, BYOB as it were. We're waiting we're waiting for quorum. You can
Okay, well, fine.
introduce yourself
Great.
and let them know who you are.
Sure, yes. Since we have this little luxury of time, I'm Andre Parvenu, formerly with the City Planning Department for 15 years. I've been involved with neighborhood councils throughout the region, namely West Adams and Unnc, as well as the West area and Park Mesa Heights. I'm a city planner. I'm also your state redistricting commissioner. And we was just relieved of that duty of drawing all of the congressional and legislative lines just yesterday. So I'm celebrating
All right.
10 years
Woohoo.
of not
Congratulations.
doing that anymore. Yes.
Good,
There's
Andre.
a new group that were just ushered in. So you'll all be hearing their names ultimately. And I'm here working with, and I see my colleague here, Tori Brandon Reese here, that's going to make an announcement during
Okay.
the announcement section. But I'm
Yeah,
saying
but
it's
not
good to
yet,
see
'cause
you
we're not-
guys again. Some of you know me from the past. I've been involved in projects. You know, Dick Clacken was my supervisor. I had some other people. I work in zoning also, and I know a lot on some of your issues there with the oil spill there on Pico. No, not Pico. Washington. I know all the issues you guys are dealing with, and I want to say you guys are doing a great job. You've got a lot going on in your area. And Laura, I know you're at the helm, and your committees are very active. So I'm glad to just meet the new
Yeah.
bunch of people. I think I've known some of you, but I see a few new faces. So that's my background, who I am.
So Andre, you
Thank
may
you,
not
sir.
you may not know that the oil drilling site on Washington is
Uh-huh.
gonna be housing.
Oh,
It's not
is
oil
it?
drilling anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yanni?
Okay, that is news. That is
Whee!
news. But isn't the operation, aren't they? I know they were doing fracking, you know, isn't it? So the oil is.
Well,
Yanni.
they're still at
moved.
the Murphy site, Adams and Gramercy.
Yeah.
But I believe they've also, maybe Chris knows, I think they're also have shut down or shutting down Jefferson and Budlong as well. So that
Oh,
they'll have
wow.
one, well, it's a different they keep changing the owners as well.
I see.
And in fact,
Is that a result?
Okay.
Is that a result of community pressure, or are they just?
I think it's a result of
Because
oil
you guys-
prices.
Ah,
Hey,
okay.
Yanni, help.
Yeah.
So I will be back. You guys, I'm going to walk off for a second because I'm going to get the name of that oil company.
And we have a proposal. I know we have 1 minute, so my friend here, colleague Torrance, is much more efficient than I am because I'm usually a bit long-winded. So I'll spare you all the the long discussion.
What'd you do? Click on Zoom. Okay, okay, great, thanks. You minimize the window. Oh, sorry.
And you aren't meeting at that house on Arlington anymore, I understand. That was a nice old house that was renovated. You guys aren't meeting there anymore, or is that house
Zoning and
still
planning would meet
available?
there.
Pardon me?
Zoning and planning would meet.
Oh, that's where they meet at.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where I met then, on the second floor, on the living room. Very nice place. there.
We traditionally meet at CD10 at
Oh,
the
that's
field
right.
office.
That's right. That's right. Great.
Okay.
That's where I was, planning and zoning meeting, yes. Mhm.
So the oil company is called, the new one is E&B Resources. And Chris, you were correct. I don't know if you got my email. This is a newer owner who took over from the new owner.
Yep.
So.
Oh, okay. Well, things have changed for the positive, I suppose. That's good. That's good.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't have quorum yet, nor is it 6:45. So.
And I know
Okay.
that was against SB 50 as well. So I know you all took leadership on that issue as well, but it's coming back around. I understand. So.
For the person whose phone number ends in 1250, if you can tell me your name, I can change it on the screen.
Can you hear me? Jeff? I can hear you.
It's Tori.
It's Tori.
Yeah, it's Tori. Hang on. So that's that meeting. And I can mute here.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
You have 12.
6. We have 12, right?
Yes.
Well, and 5 minutes. I mean, I can't call the meeting to order before 5 minutes from now anyway. So we're just yakking away.
Can I make a quick announcement then? A shameless plug?
Well, I can't, other than this chit chat, we can't really do announcements.
Oh, okay then. All right.
Sorry. We can chit chat. I can say to John Arnold, hi, And did you read the thing, and is it okay? I
You
can't
could
hear
be-
you.
You can continue chit-chatting as you
Yes,
need.
it looks
Not
good.
an announcement again.
I'll do it in a chit-chatty kind of way. I'm also
Yeah, there you go. Gotta be diplomatic.
I'm also right now, since I retired from the city, I'm also helping people with 8 accessory dwelling units to convert garages and side yard garages. So keep my name in mind for the future. Shameless plug
Okay.
here. All
There you
right,
go.
that's my little
Nothing wrong
chit
with that.
chat.
Okay, so yes, we definitely have quorum, but I called the meeting, the time is 6:45, so I cannot, so we have 4 minutes before I can even call the meeting to order anyway. That's all. And I'm gonna check email to make sure.
May I say this? Laura and Isai, I sent you a letter too, prior to the announcement, the official. I sent you a letter. That
You
I
did?
don't know if you can see. Via email. Yes, sent to.
Did you send it to?
Laura.Meyer without the S at UNNC.org and Isai.Begata at UNNC.org.
When did you send that? When did you send it?
About 2 weeks ago. My name is.
Let me see. Let me search my email.
Andre Parvenu. A. Parvenu.
Okay,
We can get through the minutia before we start to save time.
Or aside, do you remember getting it?
Yeah, I'm looking for it too.
I
but
have
I
it.
don't
I
see
have it. No, I don't. I say, Andre, you know what? I have an email from you from 2013. I don't think that's the one you're talking about.
No.
No.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't have one now.
Oh my God.
You can use my real email, Laura Mink, Laura, Laura M-I-N-K, like
Laura.
Laura, letter M like Myers, I-N-K like an inkwell, at AOL.com.
Okay, Laura M.
I-N-K. Well, think of a fur coat, Laura Mink.
Okay. Oh, Mink. M-I-N-K. Okay.
Yeah, at AOL.com.
At AOL, gotcha. Okay, I'll resend. I'll refind it and resend it. I may have put an S at the end of your name. Oh, you do have an S at the end of your name.
Laura, do we have quorum?
Pardon? Aside?
Do we have quorum?
I know we do. We don't have 6:45 p.m. We must wait till 6:45 p.m. 1 more minute. I'm watching the clock.
Okay.
Okay. Janie is having trouble hearing the audio, and there is. Oh, Janie can't hear me. If somebody can telephone Janie, like Jeff, can you telephone Janie and tell her that
I'm in the process, Alicia.
if she clicks on the little arrow next to the microphone, there's a whole lot of ways to get onto audio. Okay, it is now 6:45 p.m. We do have quorum, so I am going to call this meeting to order. And I'm going to give just a tiny little speech. Due to the state of emergency caused by the COVID-19 outbreak, and in conformity with the governor's executive order N-29-20, UNNC will be conducting this meeting virtually utilizing the Zoom platform. So we, UNNC, or that means Laura in particular, chose to use a Zoom meeting format rather than a Zoom webinar format. So we're asking that everyone follow the code of conduct that UNNC board members must follow. You know, be polite and respectful to everybody. You know, if you misbehave, we're going to throw you in the waiting room dungeon and then have a off meeting chat with you. But I'm expecting everybody to participate fully. The way UNNC works is that while we have a public comment period at the very beginning, that's really, you know, 1 or 2 minute announcements and public comment. And we also, when we have our individual items, our stakeholders may participate, raise your hand, and be called on. So to raise your hand, you need to click at the bottom of the screen for Zoom onto the participants, and then once you do that, you should see a button that shows raise hand. And I see right now Asai has raised his hand. Is this a demonstration, or do you want, and Tori's raised your hand. Are these to talk, or are these to just show that you can do it? Because what I'm hoping is everybody can look around and see that you can do it. Just show that you can
we can do it.
Right. Okay. Because I don't even have the capability of doing a raised hand because I'm the host. I don't know why I can't do that, but I cannot. So we do ask that you raise your hand. If nobody's, you know, Jeff Camp is acting as moderator, and I think I'm making Greg also a co-host because you're going to share the screen. I haven't done that yet. But what I'm going to say is, if I am sharing the screen, I'm not going to be able to see raised hands. Sometimes nobody can see your raised hands. So then what you can do is in the chat to Jeff or chat to me. It's private chat, but just say, I have my hand raised. I mean, it's kind of that simple. My hand is raised, nobody's recognizing me. And worst case, just go like this, but because we're, you know, there's a lot of people here, so we still might not see that. Worst case, if nobody has recognized you, just unmute yourself and say, I have my hand raised. But don't start talking, just announce that you have your hand raised. Jeff, what am I forgetting? Because I know I'm forgetting something in this little lecture.
Sounds like you've covered it just well.
Okay, well, I feel like I'm forgetting something. But, okay, so I'm going to look at the agenda. I'm going to share the screen, but I'm going to move this agenda down. So the first order of business is actually to approve the agenda. So can everyone see the agenda? And I will scroll through a couple of pages, but can you all, well, raise your hand if you cannot see the agenda. Only I can't see you at this point, so Jeff will have to tell me. But we have a number of things on this agenda: be public comments, reports from government entities, elect our UNNC officers for the year, 2 things from planning and zoning, then interviewing and appointing candidates for our vacant open seats, committee chair appointments, and a funding item from executive committee. We're going to try and run through a lot of this quickly because I will remind those who were here last month, we went till 11:33 p.m. We really don't want to do that ever again. So, and then anyway, and I have a president's report with something on it. We have a treasurer's report, and we have minutes. So what I need is a motion to either disapprove the agenda or approve the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Okay, I have to I have to stop the screen share just to find out who it was that moved and who seconded.
Asai was the first.
And I
Okay.
second.
Who I was, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that was what I forgot to say. On our chat room, I have the power, for lack of a better word, to chat with everyone, and everyone else does not have that ability to chat with everyone. So this was on purpose. And why it's on purpose is I, for the most part, just put motions into the chat. So, so this was a motion to approve the agenda. Asai moves, Chris seconds. I'm not going to do a BAC. So Jeff, remind me, how do we do this? All in favor?
We can do a voice
Basic,
vote.
yeah, you either do a voice vote or everybody can raise their hands.
How do they raise their hands?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all in favor, just raise your hand. And whether it's a blue digital hand, a yellow pretty hand, or your hand, all in favor, raise your hand.
Some people are on phone, they can't raise hands.
Oh, I think they can, but that's okay.
You can do *9 if you're on the
Tori
phone.
raised your hand. She can.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. All right. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I put public comments and announcements, 1 minute per person. And who would like, I know that Andre has an announcement, so let's start with Andre Parvenu.
Okay, I'll be brief, everyone. Hello again. I'm a former city planner, and I'm here to help facilitate a proposal that my colleague here, Torrance Brandon Reese, will share with you. And that's my minute. Go right ahead, Torrance.
Okay, so your colleague can now speak.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, committee. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Torrance Brandon Reese. I've been here from New Orleans for about 30 years now and work with young people in the community at Locke High School, Crenshaw, and others. 25 years ago, my organization, Family Inc., started an effort to rename Crenshaw into Malcolm X Boulevard, one of the great leaders in African American history. That movement has now re-emerged, and we've already, in 6 days, have over 1,000 signatures. We're heading fast toward our 5,000 person mark. I want to appeal to the committee here, to the organization here, to join us in this historic effort to co-name Crenshaw Malcolm X Boulevard. This has been done in many other cities around the country, and Los Angeles is in many ways way behind in terms of something like this, which symbolically brings Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King together, intersects with Obama Boulevard, and connects with Nipsey Hussle Square down on Slauson. This will go from the 10 freeway all the way down to Florence or 76th Street, the Englewood, going to Englewood down there. And so, again, it's a historic move. It's going to happen. There are very, very prominent people already on board. They like the idea. It seems to be the right political environment, the cultural environment at this time. And I'm very happy with the progress and would love to have you guys join us in the historic effort to co-name Crenshaw as Malcolm X Boulevard. Both names will be intact over there. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, so
Take any questions.
is there, we cannot vote on this tonight or really actually discuss it. Is there a written proposal that we could agenda at our executive committee later this month and then bring back to the governing board as an agenda item in August?
Yes, ma'am. We do have a letter that would be in form of a proposal that we could send to you in lieu of a meeting, any meeting that we would be honored to come to and present.
Okay, so we'll, and I should mention, like all public meetings on Zoom, this meeting is being recorded, and by the way, hope that's okay with everybody. So the meeting's being recorded, but we're also taking minutes, and so my fellow exec committee members, one of us has to remember that this is going to be on executive committee agenda on July 21st. Okay?
I already have it in the minutes.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
are there any other public comments or announcements?
Andre has his hands up, Asai and Vishnu.
Okay.
I did
In that
too.
order. In that order.
Okay, very quickly, I will certainly send the letter out to you. It's a 2-page letter. And what this would impact is the 1 mile, it's a 5-mile corridor. What this would impact is from the freeway, 10 freeway, down to Coliseum on the east side of Crenshaw in your district is what those business entities that would be impacted, but that's at no cost. No cost to anyone along that corridor. And we have some major players there in your area that are in support of this in terms of the business.
Well, we'll discuss it for real when it becomes an agenda item. Yeah, I have to kind of follow the Brown Act here.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Jeff, what was that list of who in order?
Asai is next, then Vishnu, and then Dorit.
Okay, Asai.
It was just a quick comment to everyone. I'm keeping time on the public comments and on the agenda. So if I interrupt again and ahead of time, apologies that I'm interrupting, but it's just to make sure that we're sticking to the time. So apologies ahead of time. Thank you.
Right. So Asai, during the course of the meeting, feel free to give a 30-second warning and just say it like that, 30-second warning, and then people aren't just cut off because I find that really rude.
Got it.
Okay. Vishnu.
Hi, everybody. My name is Vishnu. I'm a research assistant at the Center for the Study of Los Angeles at Loyola Marymount University. We're conducting a public opinion survey on police and community relations in a few months. It's sponsored by Civic LA members. Before that survey goes out, though, we want to get feedback from the community on how the questions are phrased, questions that you guys might want to add onto the survey. So we are doing focus groups. We sent an email out to Greg, who said he's going to possibly add it to the newsletter. But if anybody here is interested in forming a time in a group and wants to give us 45 minutes of their time to workshop questions and give feedback for a really important survey during a crucial time, that'll really help police departments and nonprofit organizations benefit from the results. We'd really appreciate it. If you have any questions, hopefully Greg will post that, and then you can also always email me and I'll pass on the recruitment letter. Thank you.
Vishnu, can I also can I give you my email address? I'm also on the Southwest CPAB board, and I can announce that at the meeting on Monday.
That'd be great. Yep.
Email address is Jeff, JEFF.camp, CAMP, like summer camp, at lacity.org.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, so Vishnu, if you could in the chat your contact information to me, and then I'll post it to everyone.
Absolutely. Sounds good. I'll do that right now.
And I believe the email that you had sent out to us indicated that you were looking for, among other things, looking for input as to what the questions even should be when you do the eventual survey. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and we can't talk about that. I'm sorry, but that, several of us did get your email, but I wasn't sending it to 1,200 or 1,300 people either for our whole list.
And we don't expect anybody from the council to speak on behalf of anybody in the neighborhood that they represent. So you are totally free to speak as an individual as well.
Okay. All right, Dorit, you're next.
I'm going to be speaking now, not as a board member, but as from the Neighborhood Homeless Coalition. Thank you guys for buying the Neighborhood Homeless Coalition the 100 masks that we're going to give to unhoused people. Here is one of them. It's got little things on the ears, and when you put it on, it gets nice and big, so it covers your face, and it isn't one of those really gross ones that gets all damp inside your, on the front there because it's touching your mouth. And we're handing them out to people. 2 of them per little baggie. So we've been doing engagement and outreach. So far, we've handed out about 22 of these little baggie things. So that's almost a third, or more than a third, almost half of all the ones we've gotten so far. We'll have it all done by August. And by the August or September meeting, you guys will get a report from the Neighborhood Homeless Coalition about how your money was spent. Thank you. And Laura, we also did not take roll.
Oops. Why don't we do that now, shall we? That's a good point. So I'm gonna read the names out loud, and Dorit, will you mark them as in or not in? Because when I'm reading, I can't see anything. So I mean, I can hear, but I can't see. So aside.
All your names.
He's here.
I know he's
Yeah,
here,
I'm
but
here.
yes, we take roll a couple of times because we want to make sure they stay here. Virtual
I'm still here.
aside. Dorit.
Here.
Gavin, absent. John Arnold.
Yo.
Lizzie. Tori.
Here.
Greg.
Present.
George.
Back.
He's here, I know. Laura.
Hey, George.
Hi.
Laura, here. Hugo.
Present.
Paula. Is Paula here? Okay, absent, at least for now. Raheem.
Hey.
Isaac. Is Isaac here? Absent.
I do not see him on the list.
Okay. Marielle.
Here.
Hugh.
Here.
Cordell.
Here.
Michael. Michael Kimbrough.
Not on the list.
Got it. Chris.
Here.
Nancy.
Here.
Janie. Oh, Janie's speaker's not working, but she's here.
Oh, I'm here. I got it to work.
Okay. Najee.
G is not on the list.
Okay. So absent, Dorit, absent is Gavin Abercrombie, Paula Southern, Isaac Diaz, Michael Kimbrough, and Najee Thornton. Okay. All right. And thank you for reminding me of that, because we're just so not perfect on this earth. Okay. The next item, well, let me make sure. Any other public comment? Anybody else? Okay. The next item on the agenda is Council District 10 report.
Hello, neighbors. I'm so glad to see all of you virtually, of course, but just a couple of updates from us. First and foremost, the city is removing their landline infrastructure, so we no longer have our office phone. I mean, you could still call the main office number, but we now have individual city cells. For those of you that do not already have my personal cell phone number, I'd like to give you my new city cell. That is 323-733-7081. And of course, you can always reach me via email as well, and that's jeff.camp@lacity.org. Everybody is probably aware of the parking relaxation has gotten extended until August 1. So no worries about ticketing on street cleaning days and whatnot, but I urge you to go to DOT and check on their
Great. Jeff, did we just lose you?
How's
Right,
that?
well, let me ask everybody to please mute your microphones unless you are speaking. Who did get muted? hostess me.
Okay. Yeah, I did it. I got it all done.
Okay, fine.
So I encourage everybody to go to Department of Transportation website and click on the COVID update. It will let you know what ticketing is still happening or what enforcement is still happening. And it's good to know, but street cleaning is still relaxed. The other item I'd like to remind everyone to do, whether you're on the board or you're here just attending the meeting for the first time or not on the board, is to encourage every single person you know to take the census. It is so vital, especially in our area, that we all respond, because that's where billions and billions of dollars are going to go, not to mention when it comes to redefining districts and whatnot. It is vital that we all tell everyone to go and fill their census out. Unless there are any questions.
No, only a comment, which is we do have our own regional census person who, when it seems like maybe August, a reasonable agenda, does want to do a presentation for us, and maybe bring a fire chief or somebody with her to show where the census, where the money goes when the census is done correctly. But I didn't want to do that tonight because we had such a marathon meeting the last time.
Doreen has her hand raised.
Okay, Jeff, I know that parking enforcement has been relaxed. That's really awesome. But there's been a car that's been abandoned in front of my house. It's all completely trashed since April 2nd. And no one I can report it to. And now, like, squirrels are living in it. I don't want to make squirrels homeless, but I don't know if this car needs to be in front of my house until August 1st and even longer.
Doreen,
So
if you can snap some pictures and send them to me via email, I'll see if I can't reach higher up and get it removed, because they are ignoring abandoned vehicles. But if it's in the shape that you're saying it's in, I think.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir.
Lizzie?
Liz, yeah, there you go.
Yes. So we've been talking about taking care of blight in the church property on the corner of the house on Western and 31st. But now there's another corner on Western, and I'm not sure if it's 29th Street or Place. And the weeds are super high up. It's totally blighted. Should I send you pictures as well?
Yeah, Lizzie, if you'll send me that information, I'll take care of it. I got the property owner's information for the church, or quote, the church, and we are going to be reaching out to them directly from the office, letting them know that they are being reported to code enforcement and need to be maintaining the property, not just inside, but outside as well.
Yes, especially outside. But how about the other corner, the one on 29th Street? Because I couldn't find any number, any kind of information. I didn't go on Zimas.
Yeah, if you will just send me pictures,
okay,
and remind me of the intersection, I'll hunt that down and see if I can't locate the property owner for that as well.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Sandra?
Hi, Jeff. Thank you for taking my question. It's in regards to the fireworks. I know that the police came by about a week ago, handing out flyers, giving information to the community that fireworks are illegal, and also listing a contact information for the residents if they choose to go that route. Is there anything else that you know of that will be taking place over the next couple of days to avoid having the massive amount of fireworks that are occurring?
Yes, I'll be happy to answer that. The police are in enforcement mode beginning tomorrow. Captain Brockway is going to be sending out all the senior lead officers to their areas with identified hotspots to let them know that they will be out there and they will be citing, not just confiscating, but also citing. So if you have a location in your neighborhood and you're in Southwest Police Division, if you'll email me and let me know what that is, I can share that with them as well. The other thing is, because fireworks shows are not, or celebrations are not happening, they are going to have the extra police officers who are out there constantly driving the streets. It's a little hard for the police to cite, because in order for them to do so, they must actually witness it in the act and approach the individual who they witnessed lighting fireworks. Then they can be cited. But you can share with your neighbors all that, you know, all the same information, and that the fine is $1,000. So it'll hurt some pockets. Now let me take off my CD10 hat. I would say be prepared, particularly on July 4th. Make sure your pets are safe with you inside your house, in a, you know, a central room where they can maintain some quietness. Because my gut tells me this is probably going to be the worst 4th of July ever, because everybody's been cooped up and there's no actual celebrations happening. And, you know, that's just my personal opinion. The one thing that I am very thankful for is that we have heard from the captain himself that this year we will have enforcement like we've not been able to have in the years past.
Okay. And is that your report?
Marielle has her hands up.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the report on the Southwest one. What about Olympic? Have you been in contact with them and what their policies are going to be?
Olympic is handled by a different deputy, but I understand from Southwest, because they have so many borders right at the freeway, the majority are going to be doing the same thing as well. But Southwest is the one that's being most proactive at this point, because they've been doing it for years. They actually have a fireworks committee that they work to, you know, plan things and prepare for the 4th of July. And I think after we convince Southwest of what we're dealing with this 4th of July, I think they'll start to realize that it's not just the 4th of July. It's Memorial Day to January 1st.
Right. Okay. Just, I mean, just an obvious comment is that Olympic is also part of CD10, so it'd be nice.
Yeah, a different deputy works with Olympic. Otherwise, I'd be able to tell you more on that. But I do know, I do know from Southwest that all 3 divisions, Wilshire, Olympic, and Southwest, are going to be ramping up their enforcement this year. It's just that Southwest has been doing this for years, and they're more advanced than the other divisions.
Got it.
So call 911 only if it is a life-threatening emergency, or if, you know, you see a fire from these fireworks. Call the non-emergency police number. And then, Laura, while you guys continue the meeting, I'll look up the link. There's a link where everybody can report fireworks and the address where they're happening. That's important to do too, because then they know of locations, and if they get a swarm of them, then they know that that's a problem location and will go after it.
Right. Well, I also think in your neighborhood, Marielle, there's a senior lead. Is it Joe? Anyway, the senior lead for Olympic is coordinating fireworks something or other. It was all over next door for a minute. But okay. I've been unable now to find it.
Danny Chavez is our slow.
Well, that may or may not have been who it is. I'm sorry, because I'm looking now. You know, I'm also on the computer and I'm not finding it. But there was like a group Zoom meeting just last Sunday on this.
I know. It was as much a gentle reminder that there's 3 police stations in our, that's not just Southwest, that there's 3, that's all. mostly.
That's it from CD10. Thank you guys so very much. I love and miss you.
Okay. Well, you're not missing us very much, Jeff. You're in the middle of us now with the virtual meetings. Anyway, the next item on the agenda is reports from other government agencies, people here. So, for example, I don't know if Octaviano, if you have a report at all from Dunn. Not that I'm not putting you on the spot here.
No, but I do want to make it quick because
Yes.
I realized that I was probably pretty lengthy last time, and you did have a longer meeting, so I hope I didn't contribute. Well, I did contribute to that, so sorry. So thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Octaviano with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Happy new fiscal year, board members. I feel like a bureaucrat saying that, but yesterday was the first day of our new fiscal year, and it matters a lot to our treasurer and to the board because we, as a team at City Hall, in partnership with our neighborhood councils, do have a visual eye on deadlines, paperwork that needs to be submitted by the end of the fiscal year to get a nice fresh start. So let me move on to a proposed pending legislation at City Council that will impact your bylaws and your elections next year. And I don't quite remember if I covered this, but if I did, I'm going to do it real quick here. And if you have any questions, let me know, and I can always email you some information. That the City Council is working to establish a minimum voting age and also a minimum age for candidates to run for board seats. So the voting age would be 16, and for candidates, it would be 18. So to serve on the board, you have to be at least 18 years old, and to vote for a candidate, you have to be at least 16. So that's going to be established pending City Council approval for the whole system for all 99 neighborhood councils. We did have the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners finalize a policy recently for censure and removal, the censure of board members and the removal of board members. Though that new policy will be reflected in your bylaws, we will cut and paste them on our end, and we will send you a copy. If we haven't already today, you will get a copy of those inclusions in your bylaws. And those will be the same for all 99 neighborhood councils, and it includes a long list of procedures for censure and removal. Also, I want to remind you, I know I promoted it last time, for our brothers and sisters out there in LA that are underemployed or unemployed. There are some staff that are there to support them, that hold regular conference calls to share resources and to get them in the system, to continuously provide updates for unemployment resources to them. And so I encourage everybody to promote the Economic and Workforce Development Department website, where those resources are held and housed at www.ewddlacity.com. That's Economic Workforce Development Department, lacity.com, ewddlacity.com. And last but not least, stay safe, have a fun weekend, and happy Independence Day, everybody.
Thank you. Hugo had a little something next.
Hi, everyone. Just a super quick update for the budget advocate group. There's still elections within it happening. I don't have any updates yet, but as soon as I get updates about everything, then I'll let you guys know. That's about it.
Okay, so I'll make the other half of your announcement. So the board members know, but stakeholders may not. Hugo was selected by us along with Nancy to be one of our budget reps. But at the budget reps regional Zoom meeting, Hugo was elected to be a budget advocate for the city. You know, the interface between neighborhood councils, the mayor, city departments. So I did say to him earlier today, he should see if USC will give him class credit because he's going to be working hard going out to all, maybe not physically going, maybe going by Zoom. I don't know how it's going to work, but going out to city departments and learning about how the departments work and how they spend their money, and then making, with the group of budget advocates, making recommendations for the next year's budget, 2021 through 2022. So seems like a full-time job or class to me. So congratulations to Hugo. And yay. Okay, are there any other, because again, I can only, just like everybody else, I can only see part of the room of participants. Are there any other city departments, agencies, government people here tonight? If not, forever hold your peace. All right. And amazingly enough, we're ahead of ourselves on the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is our annual election of UNNC officers. So that would be executive committees, the president, vice president, signatory, treasurer, and secretary. So you guys probably know what the president does, and the vice president apparently does what the president does if the president's not able to. Not apparently, but this is how I ended up being president when the president stopped being around. But essentially, the president runs the meetings and runs the organization as best he or she can, and is currently also, and this is for real, it's not in our bylaws, but it's also the Zoom master or Zoom mistress for the organization, because the way it's set up for virtual governance and licensing. And we're still trying to figure out with Donna if there can be more than one, but right now there's moi. Or whoever is the new moi, if somebody is running for president, that's not me. And vice president's job in general terms is to do almost everything the president does, chair meetings if the president's not available, help prepare or actually prepare the executive committee agenda, run the executive committee meetings, deal with funding requests, along with everybody else, and keep track of overall attendance at our meetings. Although now that we're doing BACs for every single board action, the BACs themselves also keep track of attendance as more of a record. The signatory is a person who holds one credit card, must complete full financial training, is one of our financial officers, and is also, and why it's called signatory, is one of the people who can sign a BAC, which is a board action certificate verifying that we really took an action that we took. The treasurer, you guys have a pretty good sense of what the treasurer does, and the secretary takes the minutes. We also have an alternative signatory and a second card holder. Right now, I am the alternative signatory and second card holder, which were things I took on as vice president. And luckily, because it let us have it going straight through. We had at our retreat last year, semi-agreed, but it didn't end up because of all the turnover. We had agreed that officers in particular, not just the treasurer and signatory, as best they could, should take the full financial training of the city clerk. I'm not sure that training is yet gone virtual. But again, we were lucky because Isaac had taken it, I had taken it, and so we were not dead in the water when we lost both our president and then our treasurer, and then Greg took it. So, but we had agreed at the retreat that ideally lots of people would take it. Okay, so those are the 5 positions. Has anybody done this before? Does the person who's presiding over the meeting preside over the election of president, or does that person hand the gavel to someone? Jeff, what do I do?
For president, you hand over to the vice.
Okay, Asai, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Okay, so this will be the first time I ever do this, so apologies if I get this thing wrong. So are there any nominations for President of UNC?
I would like to nominate Laura Myers for president.
Okay.
second that.
All right, hold on. Let me type this thing down just to make sure it's there.
George has his hand up.
All right, give me 1 minute. Okay, George? You're muted.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. What were you saying?
George, did you raise your hand or was it accidentally?
I pressed on the keyboard accidentally. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay, got it. Greg, I feel that you want to say something? You're also muted.
I was going to nominate Laura.
Got it, okay. All right, are there, I don't believe I have to ask for another nomination, correct, Jeff? I just have to call a roll and then if it, I guess, or should I ask for more nominations?
You should ask for more nominations.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for president? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna take the vote for nominating Laura as president of UNC. All right, I believe we need a BAC, correct, Jeff?
That would be correct.
Oh, darn. Because I'm the only one who has one, you guys.
We can do them.
I think you can do that administratively, Laura.
Yes.
Okay. How do we do this? Do I email a BAC to somebody?
No, you can call out the names and
Laura
record
can
their,
call it. Well, how rude and embarrassing, but I can do it. All right.
doesn't matter. We
After
just,
each one go, woohoo.
as this meeting is being recorded, the public has to be able to see who voted what.
I do understand that. Hang on, because I have to do a save as on the master BAC. Sorry. All right. So, Asai,
Yes.
Dorit,
Yes.
Gavin is absent. John Arnold,
Yes.
Lizzie Morimosoto,
Yes.
Tori Bailey. Is Tori still here?
Yes.
Was that
Hello?
yes, you're here, or yes, you're voting?
Yes, I'm voting.
Thank you. Greg Jackson,
Yes.
George Sanchez.
Yes.
I'm skipping me. Hugo Rodriguez. I didn't.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Said yes.
Raheem Dawson.
Yep.
Marielle Farnan.
Yes.
I'm not going to call last names after this BAC. Hugh Moore. Is Hugh still
Yes.
here? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Voting too.
Cordell Hinton.
Yes.
Chris Carlson.
Yes.
Nancy Cruz.
Yes.
Janie Williams.
Yes.
Okay, and I didn't call the absent people. So that would be, thank you, everybody. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 yeses. I simply didn't vote. I assume that's correct, right?
That's fine.
And no no's. I guess I'm abstaining. One abstain. That doesn't mean I'm not wildly enthusiastic.
Congratulations, Madam Chairman. You may handle the rest of the elections from here.
Thank you. Okay.
So you're accepting?
I'm it. All right. So hang on, because I'm going to do this more organized this time. So Jeff, this is what I think. When we do BACs, I think we should unmute everybody for the vote so they're not having to struggle with figuring out how to unmute themselves when I'm calling their name.
I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, so Vice President, nominations for Vice President are hereby open. And I should say a person may nominate themselves or anyone may nominate, because I don't know that we've had a chance to everybody to chit chat. So I don't know who wants to be it, but I would nominate Asai Vergara. Am I allowed to nominate if I'm chairing?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, you're allowed.
I'll second.
But I'm saying nothing bad about Asai. I've just nominated him, but I have no idea if anybody else was entertaining the thought of being vice president. So this would be the time to nominate yourself if you were thinking of wanting to do that job. And seeing no hands, is that correct? And hearing nothing, it's been moved and seconded that Asai would be nominated as vice president. So I'm going to call the BAC roll again. I've lost my BAC. And Jeff, if you could unmute. And this time, Asai, I'm going to let you not vote unless you really want to.
I'm gonna abstain, but yeah.
Okay. But you're willing to take the job, right?
Yeah, of course. I'd love the grueling torture for one more year. That's fine.
All right. Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Laura, yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Jeannie.
Yes.
Okay. Asai is re-elected as VP.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So I'm going to do treasurer next. So again, should it be me doing this nominating, or should somebody else do it?
I'll nominate Greg Jackson for treasurer.
Second.
I'd like to second it.
Okay.
Sorry, brother. I already got you. You can third it.
Okay. I didn't get the second or the other second. So who was the first second and who is the second?
I was the first second.
What?
Oh, wait. I thought you meant for the last vote.
Okay, but as does Cordell. Wait a minute, you don't want.
No, give it to Cordell.
This is what I got.
You're so kind.
All right. It seems to be a wildly enthusiastic choice. Is there or are there any other nominations for treasurer, including self-nominations? Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to call this roll again. And hang on. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Lizzie. Lizzie still with us?
Sorry, yes.
Tori. Jeff, had you unmuted everybody?
I have, and Tori is still on and unmuted.
Okay. Well, I'm moving forward. Greg, are we abstaining or voting?
Whatever the acceptable protocol is, I'll follow your lead. I'm
I actually
abstaining.
couldn't hear that.
I will abstain, as that seems to be the practice of the day.
Okay. George? Okay. Sorry. Laura's yes. Hugo?
Yes. Yes.
Raheem?
Yep.
Marielle?
Yes.
Hugh?
Yes.
Cordell?
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes.
And Janie?
Yes.
Okay, so I never
I
did.
also believe Tori is back online.
Okay, Tori, are you there? Okay, Tori does. I'm just putting Tori as absent for the vote.
Why are you putting me absent?
Because we couldn't hear you. Are you present? Are you voting for Greg for treasurer?
Yes.
Okay, that's why. I'm taking away that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff unmuted it. I don't know why he can't hear me.
Okay, we're good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 people vote yes for Greg. Okay. I would like to do secretary next. And in this case, everyone should know that Dorit respectfully does not want to be elected as secretary. Is that correct? You can verify that, Dorit?
I think you guys should fire me. I'm a lousy secretary. Hire somebody that could do the job.
All right. So I am looking for, we are looking for, I don't think we should be randomly nominating. We're looking for somebody who would volunteer, raise their hand, and then in effect self-nominate.
Or if you don't want to self-nominate in public, send someone a text and then they will nominate you.
Uh-oh. Because we must have, well, okay, we can defer
You guys could have forced me back to the secretary's chair. Oh, well, now.
Oh, wait. I have another brilliant idea. As long as Dorit's willing to take a minute. We do have.
I'm taking minutes tonight.
Right. So we do have the opportunity later in this evening when we may be adding some additional people to the board to see if any of them might want the job. So let's, for the moment, move on, and then let's try to guilt some people as time goes on through the course of this meeting. Okay. So the next one is actually the stickiest one, which would be the signatory. So Isaac is not here. And did not tell us he wasn't going to be here. But I guess my question is for everybody, well, I'll just be honest, we haven't really seen him doing the job for at least 6 months. He's come to some of the meetings, there are good reasons why he's not been able to be at all of our meetings, but he also hasn't been able to do this job. So it'd be great if somebody would be willing to be the person to both become a financial officer, be the primary credit card holder, and be the signatory. So the signatory, again, is the person who, along with Greg and myself, signs our BAC. So that part of the job's kind of easy. But being responsible for the, yeah,
Dorit has her hand raised.
I nominate Hugo.
I second that.
Wait. Hugo, is this something you're willing and able to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm writing this down. I've already lost the second. Seconded by
Aside.
Okay. Oops. I'm sorry. I sent that little note off to Raheem. I did not mean to do that. So let me change my setting here. We love this Zoom.
While you're doing that, Laura, guys, I'd like to remind Unnc that Signatory was created and many other neighborhood councils adopted it after we brought it forth to done, that this is something we wanted to do to provide additional checks and balances for our responsibility to finances. So just a little UNNC history for you.
Right. So here's the deal. And Octaviano can weigh in after we vote. But if we're replacing Isaac, it's really kind of a replacement a month from now, because whoever replaces him would not yet have taken the financial officer's training. So you know, just FYI. So are there any other nominations of anyone for this position? Okay, hearing none. Let me create the BAC and go back to it.
That would be lovely.
Okay. So this is voting for Hugo Rodriguez as the new signatory. Asai.
Yes.
And Jeff, make sure everybody's unmuted. Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Corey.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo, we're gonna stick with your abstaining, right?
Yeah.
All right, stick with our tonight's pattern. Raheem.
Yep.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
And Janie.
Yes.
Yeah, one of these days I'll start from the bottom up on these things, but it's really easier to just read this in the order it exists. So, okay, so we're gonna defer for the moment, Secretary, and hope you all will everyone think about joining the executive committee and being our secretary as we go forward. But meanwhile, we're moving forward. Yes, we're moving forward in the thing. So the next item is planning and zoning, case number, 6A, case number DIR 2020-768 SPP TOC. So DIR is a director's decision. SPP is related to the specific plan, and TOC is a transit-oriented community. located at 3518 South Crenshaw Boulevard. This is the proposed construction of a new 81-unit apartment building utilizing TOC Tier 4 incentives, setting aside 9 extremely low-income units. And obviously, these are all housing. It is mixed use. There will be some ground floor retail. Project is also located within the Crenshaw Boulevard specific plan, and it does require a specific plan approval. I know we have presenters. I did not yet make you a co-host. Are you going to need to share the screen? Hi, Donna. Are you guys going to share the screen tonight? Okay, so let me go through here and find you in this list and make you a co-host.
Laura, while you're doing that, I want to verify that we're going to put 10 minutes on the clock, correct?
10 minutes is good for now, and we can always add more.
Okay.
So there we go. You're official now. You can share your screen, but you might want to introduce yourself. And didn't you say you've got 4 little ones to take care of tonight?
I'm in my garage right now.
Oh, good.
I'm in my garage. I got relegated out of the house.
So, well, anyway, introduce yourself and the project.
Hi everyone, Dana Sales with 360. I know a lot of you from past presentations. So I'm going to introduce our team that's on the call tonight, just sort of wave when I introduce you. I think some of you know Jason Friedman, whose video is not on in my office. There with a bright light behind his head. Ryan Granito is from RSC Capital, project applicant. We have Will Carson and Melissa Anderson from 64 North, project architect. So I'm going to take over. Laura told us to do a much shorter presentation than we did at land use. So I'm going to move a lot faster than we did, but we do have our full presentation, and we're happy to come back to anything if anyone has questions. Just get my screen share on. Okay. I'll see. You all see a presentation, sort of?
Okay. Yes, I see one.
Well, it says it wants to go full screen, but I need to.
Oops.
Hang on. You had this all set up, and then the Zoom messed it all up. So hopefully my Zoom box is off. I may have to go this way. Okay, so I appreciate you all letting us present tonight. We're here to talk about the project at 3518 South Crenshaw. It is the existing auto body shop between, and hopefully you can also see my mouse, at the corner of 36th and Crenshaw. The Angelus Church is to the south. We have the MTA parking structure directly to the north. RHF Foundation's Family Affordable Housing Project across the street that was just finished construction is there, and obviously the metro is directly to the south. Some existing photos of the site. Again, it's an auto body shop, and I think this top left picture really shows it's kind of that last piece between Jefferson and the station as we head south on Crenshaw. And so we have a real opportunity to create a project that helps to activate the street, create pedestrian connectivity between Jefferson and the station, really helps to connect the church, and kind of removes this last, auto-related use, which we know that this specific plan is looking to eliminate to the extent possible, and make way for mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented project. So just some technicalities about the site. Again, the site is about a little over 16,000 square feet, so it's about a third of an acre. It's zoned commercial by the specific plan. It's in sub-area A. It is a Tier 4 TOC site, which means that it is within 750 feet of a fixed rail station. In this case, we are at the intersection of both the Expo and the Crenshaw lines. And so I've said in a number of these presentations, particularly because of that and the abundance of rapid bus lines that run along Crenshaw. This is actually one of the most transit-rich a lot of areas of the city. The site permits a floor area of 4.35 with the city's TOC program, which is what we're going to use, and a maximum density of 81 units. We're permitted a height of 93 feet with a specific plan. We're also, as the function of it being tier 4, permitted to have no parking for the residential. We are providing a little bit of parking, but that's important, and then some reduced parking standards for the commercial. So what we're going to present to you tonight, I'm going to turn the screen over, or Will's going to guide me through and take us through the architecture. The project we're proposing is 81 apartment units. It has a variety of mix of units. There's 32 that are junior 1-bedrooms, sort of larger studios, 41 1-bedrooms, 6 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedrooms. 9 of the units will be designated for extremely low income households, which are households that make 30% of the area median income or less. As we go through the plans, we reiterated at land use as well that there's a mix of units. These are not micro units. They're actually quite large, and we do have a variety of unit types and bedroom types, which was important to encourage a mixed population within the building. The ground floor along Crenshaw, as it wraps the corner as well, we have about a little under 4,000 square feet of commercial uses. We are programming them and designing the building to take, a cafe or a small food use if we can, as well as some outdoor seating. Again, floor area 4.35, 7 stories and 93 feet. We are providing 26 on-site parking spaces, which is 23 for the residential and 3 for the commercial, but we do have a very abundant bike and alternative transit mobility program for the proximity to the station, and about 6,300 square feet of open space. I can gloss over this. I have the city's affordability schedule I always provide. If anyone has questions about rents, we can come back to them. So at this point, I'm gonna have Will walk through the plan.
Great, thank you, Dana. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate the opportunity to share the project. So as Dana said, the goal of the project is really to create a project with a high degree of openness, warmth, connectivity, and do that in a thoughtful way. Here on the ground floor, you can see on the left-hand or western side, Crenshaw Boulevard, where we're designing that in keeping with the Boulevard streetscapes plan. We have planters and seating and bike racks and floor-to-ceiling glazing along that western frontage there. The building's lobby is in the northwest corner there, and then there's a large retail space which may be demised into 1 or 2 units there around the corner. And then down to along south, along 36, we have some additional retail space as well. That may end up being co-working, it might be office, something like that. Vehicular access is not off Crenshaw or 36, it's off the existing alley in the back on the east side. We have ground level access to commercial parking, and then also ground level access to a ramp that takes you down to a subfloor of residential parking for the building. Subgrade parking spaces, which Dana counted for you. Keep going. So as Dana mentioned, these are not micro units. We have 32 junior 1-bedrooms, 500 square feet each, 41 1-bedrooms, amply 736 square feet each, and 8 2s and 3s, 800, 900 square feet each. You can see them arrayed there. Most of the juniors up along the north edge, and then the 1s mostly along Crenshaw 36, then a nice corner unit for somebody there. Also, the building is designed around the central courtyard, which if you go to the next image slide, is tiered. So there's a kind of great amphitheater space in the center of the project for people to gather, watch movies, those kinds of things. So we'll just keep going up. As we go up, it's more or less the same, except that as we get to the upper floors, we begin to step back along the eastern side of the project, there we go, with some tiered balconies, which are private residential balconies. That's tiered as a result of the transitional height requirements, so that The residential properties to the west don't have a large neighbor. And here at the rooftop, the building is organized a little bit more as a village, and community spaces are there on the west. So none of the neighbors have noise from anybody out on a barbecue evening, that kind of thing. That's pretty much it. The facade is built of uniformly high quality materials. We have a fiber cement facade along 36th and Crenshaw. We have steel troweled plaster on some of those facades as well. And those kind of tan or orangish colored bits are Parklex, so wood composite. So there's a real warmth to the building. You can see in the rendering. We go back to that eventually. And that continues down the ground floor where the storefront elements are also, they have a wood cap to kind of warm them up and provide a certain amount of animation and life and make them more human scaled in relationship to the street.
So maybe I'll just piggyback here. One other thing you'll see in the two elevations, as Will said, is the top floor is really stepped back away from the edge of the building, both on 36th and Crenshaw and the rear. So you really don't have much prominence of this. This is all open space and top, and we really wanted to bring down the mass at that top floor.
Yeah, you'll see that in the render. It really appears to be a full story shorter than it is. There you can see the stepping along the eastern edge of the transitional height.
And another picture of that. Pretty quickly, another section.
Yeah, see here you can see the stepping in that central courtyard. And landscape is largely native, drought-resistant palette, includes planters on the upper decks and also at the ground floor, and a garden along the northern edge there.
Okay, and I'll take this back over. So why we're here is we obviously would like UNC support. We have had an entitlement application processing with the city for many months now, requesting a TOC application, TOC density bonus program to allow our 81 units with 9 extremely low units and 3,885 square feet of commercial space. As part of the TOC program, we are taking part of their base incentives for density, floor area, and parking, although we're not taking full advantage of the parking, with additional incentives for a slight reduction in our open space. We have certain amounts of open space in the project that they're provided, but they don't technically count towards the city's definition of open space because of dimensions. We actually have a pretty robust landscape program, and so this is a technical request. And then the additional height that we need to provide the units and the affordable units. And then our second entitlement is project permit compliance with the Crenshaw Corridor specific plan. And we hope that UNC will support the project with these requests. I know that there was a motion at land use that had a few modifications, which I'm sure Laura will go through.
Right.
A few things about, which we are completely accepting of. And so we had no problem with the motion that was taken at land use to bring forth to the board. And then a final picture of the rendering.
Okay. So Dana is correct. The Planning and Zoning Committee does have a motion to enter in, and I just posted it. So our motion, so it's in chat.
Let me stop screen share, Laura.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I can come back to this if anybody needs it.
All right, thank you. So the motion from Planning and Zoning is this. UNC Planning and Zoning Committee moves to recommend the following to the UNC Governing Board: to approve the project at 3518 South Crenshaw Boulevard as presented, with the following conditions agreed to by the applicant to the extent possible. One, that the applicant in good faith will seek a local business to occupy the primary ground floor retail space, which is being fitted for restaurant, cafe, or other food service use. And 2, recognizing that formal design review and entitlements design conformance, I don't know what this means because John will explain it, by the city planning department during plan check. Oh, I do remember this. So we understand that formal design review by city planners is not necessarily rigorous. So we're asking that the applicant itself or themselves ensure that the project, when built, substantially conforms to the design as we're looking at it, as shown in materiality and detail and quality. So that's the motion from the Planning and Zoning Committee. And John, I know that you are more the author, if you want to explain it a little more.
I don't know if, I think it's very well written.
Well, you wrote it.
Okay.
Yay, it's very well written. I mean,
so basically, I mean, this is my opinion. This is not the committee's opinion. That's the motion. My opinion is that when I saw this, this is what I do every day, is that I was skeptical that after lots of cost cutting that the design would hold together as it is shown, because it looks very expensive to me. But the applicant was very reassuring in our meeting a few weeks ago that they were dedicated to making this a high quality project. I think it's a really nicely designed project. It looks nice on its own. And I think it's a good, it's a solid infill housing project or a housing development, which doesn't want to be all over the place. It just wants to be solid, which it is. And so I was fully approving of this, and I think it's a really good project. It's an appropriate project. It's one of those rare ones that comes around that does take advantage of TOC for all the right reasons and takes all the right incentives. It makes it a better project, much like the one we had at Venice and Western. Hopefully that's going through the process. And I also might add, I just want to, the project on Crenshaw right up the street from this, that's all the orange and brown was across the street, and you might all know it. It just won an AIA award about a week ago.
oh no, did it? The one with all the different colors?
Which is, they're really hard to get, and we got one in our neighborhood. So I think this project it's really establishing that stretch of Crenshaw as a high density transit corridor that has good design. And so that makes me happy and optimistic. And so I'm fully supportive of this.
Okay, I've made an error. I forgot to get a second on the motion.
I'll second. That was my second.
Or Hugh seconds, I think. I think Hugh seconded.
Madam Chairman, just a gentle reminder that we have 7 minutes to remain on schedule and still have another item.
Yes, I understand. So I just had a little private conversation with Asai. Should we just have 5 minutes for discussion? So we're in discussion. Are any hands raised?
Nancy has her hands raised.
Okay.
Marie has her hand raised.
Okay, Nancy first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. How did you choose to designate 9 units as affordable housing? And then I guess where did you come up with the 23 spaces if you're required none?
Okay, I just want to make sure. So I can answer the first. Can you repeat the second part of your parking question just because it went in and out?
Man. Yeah, so how are you going to choose who's going to get the parking spaces?
Okay. So let me address the first. So the affordable housing is a function of effectively a formula that the city has in exchange for a certain percentage in density. You have to set aside a certain number of units at various affordability levels, and RSC elected to set aside extremely low income, which are kind of the deepest affordability. That equated to 9. So it's more about the code. And the second question about the parking, when you have less than 1 parking space per unit, all the parking becomes unbundled, and then it will become available either on a first come first served basis, or RSC will independently kind of charge for them, or it'll be independently managed.
And I can add to that. This is Ryan on behalf of the applicant, worked with RSC/Fundrise. And we had wanted to provide parking because the reality is in LA that a lot of people do have cars and drive back and forth from home and work. And despite the fact that this is adjacent to a parking lot for a transit stop, we thought that it would be best interest for the residents to provide some level of parking that we can within cost economic feasibility.
Right. Nancy, this is Laura. If you can't see that I'm speaking. The other thing is they are in a specific plan. So one of the things in this particular specific plan is it actually limits parking. So an applicant can't come in with twice the amount of parking that would be required. They have to do it. Am I correct, Anna? Only 90% of normal required parking?
The specific plan says you can provide, as little as 50% of the code or a maximum of 90. And our problem is that our code is 0. So how do you provide 50 or 90% of 0? So in that case, the city has essentially said, defer to code. The code parking would require a maximum of a half space per unit for a tier 4. You'd be able in all cases to provide 90, if someone has a calculator, 90% of 50% of 81, right? So 90% of effectively
90% of 40
is our maximum parking that we could legally provide on site. So we're not actually like under parking so much for the code, maybe only a few spaces. So it's an odd thing when you're in tier 4.
Okay. Did I say and see Dorit's hand?
Yes. My question has been answered. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other hands? I see no other hands raised.
Greg and Raheem have their hand.
Raheem's hand is raised. Raheem, you're muted, however.
Sorry, yeah, I'm not muted anymore. Sorry, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but are these units going to be for rent or for purchase?
For rent.
Okay. And
Greg
Hugo
had his hands up, and Chris also has his hands up.
Okay.
Her hand up, sorry.
I'm sorry. We're talking over each other. I saw Hugo's hand up. Who did you see?
Chris. I saw Greg and Chris.
Okay, so we'll go Chris, Greg, Hugo.
Greg.
My question is, for the market rate units, what is the expected price point for market rate units?
Brian, you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. We really don't have, we have a projection of what we think we can get, but the reality is there aren't a lot of new multifamily projects in the neighborhood to understand whether our projections are accurate. And so, we're taking a conservative approach. We have a mix of units between 1s and 2s and 3s. And fortunately, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it is, in my opinion, approachable. And we are certainly not, we are wanting to deliver a product that's used and is full. I can say that. And so what I can say as the applicant, we don't use any debt on the property, so we are conservative as a company. So if there was any question of whether we get over our skis in a sense that the rent doesn't cover the mortgage payment, that's not an issue of ours. And so we want to do what's best for the community. Put it that way.
Okay. Greg?
This is more of a concern for the members of the board. When we look at the issues of apartments coming up in the community and the parking issue, Perhaps we should do a small presentation of some of these rules, because it's an ongoing concern that there isn't sufficient parking for all the residents, and it just seems to be this project, they're following the rules, but the rules seem to be continuing to create a problem for residents in the community of not having sufficient parking. It's not, great project, it looks very nice. We need housing, but I am concerned about the city's practices related to parking and these rules that allow 23 parking units for 81 apartment complex.
Okay, right. I think a lot of people share your concern. Every so often, John Arnold and I do a Planning 101 retreat type presentation, and we can discuss whether it's probably easily done on Zoom, but we can discuss that perhaps at the next executive committee. Should we do another one of those?
Right.
But this time on Zoom, and not as a board retreat.
Right.
So, but it is true. The city has created all these rules about parking that don't seem to be sensitive to the reality of what we see in the neighborhood about the need for parking. So, Hugo.
Hi guys. So I guess my concern is also with the parking. I guess two things is I was wondering how much it's going to cost to have a parking spot. If it's considered by who pays for it, because I feel this might affect which people end up getting the parking spots, and I feel if it's too high of a cost, the ELI people might not even consider it. And if it's first come, first serve, I'm also wondering which units are going to be filled up first, because I feel that might also affect it. So that was my question.
Maybe I'll make an attempt, because we hear this comment like on pretty much every project. Totally understand the concern. The parking operations plan is not fixed, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. And so I think the one thing, that is still in process is how the garage gets managed, and whether it's a, lease of the spaces, whether they're all open, it's literally a first come, first serve, whether it's attended or not. So that's something I don't know that anyone on our team has an exact answer to, but those are kind of the scenarios that other buildings operate within. That being said, I think that there is a real directive of the project to market the project in a way that really attracts people that are alternative mobility minded, given the proximity to both of the stations, really trying to encourage in this world, residents that are choosing to not have their cars. And who knows what's going to happen coming out of this world that we're in right now, where none of us are driving anywhere. And so, we'll have to see as the market changes how that gets addressed. And with regard to your question about, what units get leased first, that's entirely a leasing exercise. There's no discrimination on which units get leased first. I think you as a board have probably heard this on other projects, just as a point of information, that the affordable units are the only units that RSC does not have regulation over. They're not vetting them. That's all done through the housing department, through screening and criteria for the affordable units. The one thing that we always commit to is that as projects come on board, we'll make sure that the neighborhood councils know that it's time for people to get on waiting lists so they can go get qualified, so we can try and get people within. That's regulated by the city in a completely different way. So there's a lot less control, but there is no process for which units get leased first. People lease the units they want.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Janie
yes,
has
we-
the last question, and I would
Yes.
suggest maybe calling the question.
I was just going to say that. Thank you. Janie, you have the last question. We are out of time.
I'll just make it quick. It's also more of a comment to the board, kind of presenting the other side of this. I'm actually happy to see that there's less parking spaces because this is right on 2 transit lines. And as our city becomes denser, as we try to make up for the lack of housing, we are going to need to shift away from a car-centered culture because, you know, we just can't sustain as we add density to the city. We just can't keep adding more cars. So I'm focused, and I would love to see the board think about this as an alternative to fighting for parking, but fighting for protected bike lanes and dedicated bus lanes to go along with the other kinds of transit that we already have, to try to make it efficient and safe and reliable and something that everybody would like to use. So it's just a different, an alternative way of looking at that parking issue. I know that it's not ideal the way it is right now, but I do think that we need to kind of look forward to a new way of getting around the city. And now that's it.
Okay. So even though I said we're calling the question, our timekeeper had kept quiet because he was keeping time. But Asai would like to either ask a question or make a comment, and that's really, really the last one.
Yeah, I'll keep it very brief. I appreciate being able to go just slightly over time, so I apologize. I guess one of the quickest comments that I'll make was the fact that about parking. Before, I actually used to be against developments that weren't providing enough parking, and that was actually because I would see it as, well, a lot of families have vehicles and they need a spot to park their cars, which is a very, very valid reason. However, knowing the way that the city is moving, and the city filled with 4 million people and growing every single day, driving is going to become more of a hassle, and it's going to be only more difficult as time goes on. And so that's where public transit starts to come into play, and that's where a lot of the city is going to really rely on, which looks like a lot of people might be noticing that this is where the city wants to move forward on public transit over creating more parking spots for vehicles. And that's mainly to basically make the city more efficient when it comes to moving from one place to the other in a city that's already so dense with vehicles already. But I'll just leave it at that, and thank you again.
Okay, so let me read the motion again very quickly, which is that the Planning and Zoning Committee recommends to the Governing Board that it, or we, approve the project at 3518 South Crenshaw Boulevard as presented with the following conditions agreed to by the applicant. That one, that the applicant in good faith will seek a local business to occupy the primary ground floor retail space, which is being fitted for a restaurant, cafe, or other food service use. And 2, that recognizing that the design review and entitlements design conformance by the city planning department during and building and safety during plan check is not rigorous, that it's the applicant itself or himself or themselves that ensures that the project when built substantially conforms to the design that we're voting on as shown in materiality, detail, and quality. So that is the motion. I am going to call the BAC roll. Now, Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Lizzie. Oh, Jeff, please unmute the group.
He did.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
No.
Okay. Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
hang on, scrolling, Nancy,
Abstain.
you're abstaining?
Yes.
Okay, hang on. And Janie,
Yes.
and I vote, because I didn't call me yes. So what that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 yes. 1 no, 1 abstain, and this, we have the same number of absences as before, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dana, Will, and sorry, I've lost his name. Thank you for the team.
Thank you.
Ryan,
Thank
there you
you.
go. Thank you. Okay, next item is, we had a lively discussion last night, is a proposed community impact statement regarding Council File 20-0002-S101, and this is regarding Senate Bill 1120. So essentially we were asked by, I should say, a group of neighborhood councils were asked to support a resolution introduced to the city council by David Rue and Paul Koretz, so city council members, to have the city of Los Angeles oppose state legislation SB 1128, which, if it's enacted, would require cities to provide for the ministerial, or in other words, by right approval of housing development containing 2 residential units, a duplex, no matter what the existing zoning is. And it would also require ministerial approval for a parcel map dividing 1 lot into 2 equal parts, a lot split, eliminating the normal public hearings and public notices. So what they are saying is, which undermines local land use control and the state's Subdivision Map Act, which otherwise gives authority to local legislative body for parcel maps. Anyway, we had a very lively discussion last night. I'm trying to, John, what do you think? Should I post our motion first, or the city council motion first?
The city council motion or Ryu's motion? That is the same one in the same.
I'm sorry, Rue's. I can post Rue's motion, or I can.
We basically, the motion is to have the council not support it, so I'm not sure what.
Oh, I'll post ours then, therefore, which is to say I now have to find that. And I have it, but can't see it. Show all windows, of course. Here we go. So, can you guys see this? I realize I need to fix the view to make it smaller.
Nope, that's good.
Yeah, but that's not the whole thing. Yeah, real good. There. However, let me zoom this smaller. Okay, now can you guys see the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, so the Planning and Zoning Committee's motion is to essentially to oppose Senate Bill 1120 as written, support Councilmember Rue's motion urging the Los Angeles City Council to oppose it, express in writing all of the concerns that we have discussed last night at the committee meeting, and in particular to note that while UNNC supports initiatives that would create more affordable housing solutions, This would not, and in fact could harm our neighborhoods. The legislation would allow by right new duplexes on single-family zone lots, and that's in addition to already by right accessory dwelling units. And it would also allow by right a developer to subdivide existing lots into smaller lots that do not meet minimum lot size standards without a public hearing. And I'm going to stop there and explain. The minimum lot size standard across the city is usually 5,000 square feet. So this would allow a developer to take that and divide it, create two lots of much less than that. So our concerns include that the units are not required to be affordable. Two, that it seems that it would be investors who would be taking advantage of it, even though they'd be creating housing, but it wouldn't be you and me on our own lots. The legislation does not focus only on currently large lots, and so it means that a small lot could become even smaller when divided. There's no reference at all to setbacks in an open space, and what that phrase, at least in the CLA report, the city's chief legislative analyst also wrote a report. This is likely to impact the character of neighborhoods throughout South and Southwest Los Angeles. The legislation does not reference character overlays or specific plans, although it does reference historic districts. 7, there's no indication that a new or infill project utilizing this law would be required to observe prevailing setbacks, which is to say the front yards that are consistent on a block. 8, there are major concerns regarding parking, especially a clause that essentially eliminates any parking requirement on certain residential streets that would be adjacent to the transit-rich commercial corridors. One issue is that a resident in one of these infill projects could own a car whether or not the individual utilizes public transportation. And another issue is that people who work on those commercial corridors where parking is likely not required for workers may drive and park their cars on the residential street. The closer a housing unit is to commercial transit corridors, the more likely this problem would occur. And 9, allowing subdivisions of multifamily housing combined with already allowed ADUs and junior ADUs could end up creating situations where 4 units are erected on substandard lots. Importantly, the legislation does not appear to serve the needs of underserved communities in South and Southwest Los Angeles. Concerns were raised in our discussion that this legislation would take away from a neighborhood, and that should be an actual discussion and decision within the neighborhood, and that this discussion, and indeed this legislation, should not be happening in the middle of a pandemic. The state should not make that decision for the entire city or for a neighborhood within a city. Therefore, move that UNNC submit a community impact statement in support of Council Motion CF 20-0002-S101, supporting the motion by David Rue to oppose Senate Bill 1120.
Madam Chair, 4 minutes left on this item is set to 10.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I had to read this out loud because this happened very quickly last night, so we weren't able to share it well in advance. Do you all need me to leave this up on the screen? The answer could be yes, or no. But if you do, I can't see, or no, I can't see raised hands. So that, can I zoom in? Okay, so I'm being told in private things that we're 13 minutes behind the overall schedule. And yes, I can put the motion into the chat, although it'll be really long. But before I do anything at all, the motion is from Planning and Zoning Committee, therefore me. Who is the seconder, if anyone?
I will second the motion.
Greg seconds.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I am going to work on posting the motion. Jeff, if you see hands, if you could call on them while I get this motion posted.
I'll be happy to moderate discussion. Please
Thank
raise
you.
your hands if you have any questions or comments at this point in time. Dory, please go ahead.
I am against the ruse motion because it does not do anything to increase affordable housing. I could completely see developers buying 3 or 4 lots in a row and turning it into something completely horrible that has no character, no ability to look like it belongs in a neighborhood. It would look like something that, you know, a Martian came down here and dropped and looks horrible. So I really strongly think that this is a very bad motion and we should definitely not support Rue's motion. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what are we, which is the motion that's bad? Ours? Rue's?
Rue's motion sucks. It's bad.
Because, so I lost track because I thought you said.
Rue's
I said
motion.
it is bad motion.
Because all the things you were saying would sound like you were supporting it.
Yes,
Until you
Rue's
said you
motion.
didn't.
I'm against Rue's motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Dory. Janie?
I think she might be a little confused because of the way this is all worded.
Yes.
So,
Right. Because I was saying all the things, Dorit, you were saying sounded like the final answer would be you supported Rue's motion.
Because Rue's motion is
very
against.
confusing.
Yeah, Rue's motion is against the state
SB
motion.
1120.
Yes. So
Exactly.
Rue's motion is calling Los Angeles to be against the state motion, which is the thing that I think you didn't like, Dorit, the bad thing.
Right.
I'm against
That's
anything that does not give the community control.
Right.
Right. So that would mean you're for Rue's
Rue's
motion,
motion.
because Rue's motion is against that other thing.
Okay. Thank you for helping me clear it out. Man, this is confusing. Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Any other questions
I'm
or
going to jump in
comments?
here, you guys. This motion is so long that I can only post a little bit of it at a time in the chat. So I'm starting now. It only goes through our concern number 3, and then I'm going to have to just do this in increments. So sorry.
Are there any other questions or comments on this matter?
So
No, I think the conversation can start with, we could see what the issues are, and then we could see what our very skilled committee recommends in the short version, the Cliff Note version of their recommendation, so that we can get the summary of it first and then go into detail. So that I think that would help our understanding.
Okay, well, the summary is that we agree with council members Rue and Koretz that the state motion goes way too far. It's by right, and that these conversations should be occurring at the local level and not imposed by Sacramento. I mean, it may be that that City of LA could come up with yet another what they call toolbox ordinance that could be applied in certain neighborhoods, but this would be not that. This would be could happen anywhere, at any time in Los Angeles.
Right.
And then the second part of the motion was let's list our concerns. So that's what I'm kind of doing now.
John has his hand raised, and we should probably then move on to the question.
I understand. So I can't see hands. I'm only responding to oral. So you get to call on people. John, I guess.
John, please go ahead.
Okay, I was the one dissenting vote on this. Not because I think the concerns are valid, and that I think there's a lot of loopholes being generated that the state level doesn't take into consideration what could happen, because people who are looking to develop property are look for loopholes. That said, I asked the question last night, is there anything in this bill that supports adding more housing in this way that would make it acceptable? And the unanimous, I think it was unanimous voice was, there's nothing that could be changed about this that would make it acceptable, which smacks to me of NIMBYism, which I don't support with myself or this council. So I'm kind of torn that I agree with the intent of the motion. I don't agree with the details of the whole thing about COVID is I think it's specious. So I'm torn on this. I'm going to vote no to be against our motion because I think there is a discussion to be had, and I don't think closing the door on this is the right thing to do. And the Ryu and Koretz are notoriously the most anti-development, anti-housing, anti-everything because they represent very wealthy neighborhoods in the city, along with Rosenthal. Sorry, I don't know if I got the name right, up in the valley. So anyway, that's why I'm going to vote no on it. I just want to let you all know that because I know I'm going to be in the minority. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And the final comment or question will come from Nancy.
Well, no, I think, Jeff, we can't just say the final because the person who was passionate about this last night is here, but I don't see a raised hand. So let me hear it from Nancy.
That's fine. It's up to the board then to extend the time limit on this.
I understand that too. Nancy?
No, I agree with John. I mean, I think is there a way to propose amendments rather than just oppose it? I mean, we need affordable housing, right? And this is one mechanic.
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, Romero, hang on. You don't argue. We'll call on you in a minute.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I was going to call on you next. Nancy, go on.
No, so I'm just wondering if there's a way to propose amendments instead of outright, opposing it.
Yeah, the answer is yes, but probably not tonight. If our sense is that we need to take a deeper dive and do amendments, this is a proposed community impact statement. The board would have to vote on a CIS. So it's just the way it works. So if we don't have consensus tonight. I don't know about the timing of everything, but we would need to take this to executive committee would allow people to propose differences in our motion, which is CIS, and bring it back in August to our board. So technically that's how we can do it. Unless we want to stay till 11:30 again tonight, I don't think we do. Yeah, no, we don't. I know Romero may now want to say something. Is that correct?
I want to say that there's nothing in this that allows for affordability. Nothing. And that's part of the problem. Now, it's hard for me to say you can amend this because it becomes a top-down as opposed to a local decision. And I strongly believe this kind of a thing needs to be a local decision.
Thank you.
If you were,
okay, can everybody else mute themselves, please?
In a local decision, you could make rules that reflect the whole of the situation. You could take into consideration traffic. You could take into consideration the need for affordability. You could take into consideration what blocks or what areas make the most sense to densify and provide for affordable housing. But this does not allow for that. The other element here, John, if you're concerned,
everybody, oh my goodness,
themselves.
If you were concerned
Where
about,
are you in Mulbridge? You're live. You didn't follow.
Jeff, can you mute everybody, please?
So are you're in Mulbridge through?
John, if you're concerned about saving it, one possibility is it's only allowed if the resulting units are affordable, or it's only.
I have to.
You need to address the president.
Guys,
you know I do.
Can everybody please mute themselves?
I'm looking at two things. So, okay.
All right, so
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not understanding how.
Please, did it rain on you? Didn't rain on you, right?
Okay, Romero, I'm interrupting. I'm trying to say this again. Jeff, can you mute everybody and then unmute Romero and me?
We are having some technical issues. Elizabeth was the one who I could not mute, and I have now put her in the waiting room and got her joining back in.
Okay.
So right now everybody is muted with the exception of you and Ramel.
Okay, and I have posted the actual motion from David Rue while Romero speaks. Okay, let's go back to Romero.
Okay, I wanted to address John's concern. One way to accept it would be to only allow it if it did in fact address affordable housing, or if it did in fact address ownership housing that was affordable. But that's a possible, that makes it less abhorrent. But the whole idea that this can happen any place, and disrupt the character of the neighborhood, that's still a major for me. But in response to the need for affordable housing, I totally agree. But this does nothing to require that. Thank you.
Okay, Romero, do you happen to know the time frame of all of this?
I do not know the time frame because City Council, it's my understanding, is in recess. This was not one of the state bills that they took before going to recess. And it's my understanding they're not back until the latter part of this month. At the state level, this particular bill is in the Assembly. It has passed the Senate. It's my understanding the Assembly will be back in session on the 13th, and I would expect they would take it up someplace around there. This is a series of, this is one of several that was specially handled, and I think it's on a fast track.
Okay. John, you have your hand up. And we are way over time, way behind schedule.
So I agree with all of that. If this is a fast track thing, it should be not, I always like us to have a smart response, not a knee-jerk response. And I appreciate, remember, I agree with everything. Imagine if they said in the lots you divide have to be affordable for sale or affordable for rent. That would be huge, and it would also weed out the profiteers. So I agree with that, but I'd like our vote to reflect that. But if the timing means we have to take a no because that's it, I can understand that.
Madam Chair, I would recommend at this time either closing this matter and calling the question, or asking the board if they'd like to extend time on this item.
Right, I think, well, let me just ask the board if you would like to extend time on this item, and I'm going to read the roll, but I'm not taking a official vote, but I'm just going to read it in order. Asai? Do you want more time or not?
No.
Dorit?
No.
John?
Abstain.
Lizzie? No. Tori?
No.
Greg?
No.
George?
No.
Hugo?
Yeah, one more time to double check everything.
Well, it's either, we're either doing more time on discussion or calling the question. That's really what we're talking. More time or not more time?
Oh, I thought it meant to push it to another date.
No, for this discussion in this meeting, more time, yes or no?
Oh, no.
Okay, Marielle?
Nope.
Okay, I don't need to go through the rest. That's a majority, no more time. So the motion, you just need to vote it up or down at this point. And that would be a motion, I'm not gonna run through the whole long list, but it's basically a motion to have a community impact statement that supports the motion that David Rue and Paul Koretz did, which would in turn ask the city to oppose SB 1120 and then to list our concerns. Octaviano might weigh in here if he's still here. Are we able to write the list of concerns and have executive committee approve that via email and still count as a CIS? If Octaviano is still with us. Maybe he
Madam
is.
Chair, sorry about that. That was
Yeah. Well, I wanted everybody mute, so.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so the big long part of this motion is actually a list of concerns. And it sounds like there are other concerns. Are we allowed to do it technically? Are we allowed to submit a CIS, community impact statement, where the board has only voted on the final action, meaning that we submit the CIS and we support council file, whatever it is, and then we have a list of concerns, but that we edit that list of concerns and have it approved via email by the executive committee? Is that even a possibility?
Probably not, because there is a risk. There is a risk of some of those concerns not being consistent with the final approval, or there may be a risk of some board members opposing some of those listed concerns.
Okay.
But I would encourage you to have the board list concerns as a general rule. That's always nice to be more specific than general, right?
Right. Okay.
Ideally, you'd want to do it today.
Okay, so basically, you guys, the motion is what the motion is, and you need to like look at it in chat, or because you probably don't even want me to read the whole damn thing again. But it's a vote up or down at this point. So the motion is to essentially support Councilmember Rue's motion urging the City Council to oppose SB 1120 as written, express in writing all of the concerns we have discussed, and in particular note that while UNNC supports initiatives that would create more affordable housing solutions, this would not and in fact could harm our neighborhoods. Then there's this long list of potential concerns. And then the finale is, importantly, the legislation does not appear to serve the needs of underserved communities in South and Southwest Los Angeles. Concerns were raised that this legislation would take away from a neighborhood and that should be a discussion and decision within the neighborhood. That discussion and this legislation should not happen in the middle of a pandemic. The state should not make the decision for the entire city or for a neighborhood within the city. Therefore, move that UNNC submit a community impact statement in support of council motion CF 20-0002 S101, supporting the motion by David Rue to oppose Senate Bill 1120. And that's an up or down
John
vote.
has his hand raised. If you can please.
Can I make a suggestion to the motioners that we strike reference to COVID pandemics?
Yeah, well, I understand
it's
that
off
that's a
point.
concern. I think the purpose of that is because people have been unable to participate in the process. But I don't mind striking that. I mean, if that's going to make it more palatable.
I think it's off point. That's my only thing.
Okay.
And is that okay with the original motion as well?
The
as
original mover is me, but I forgot who the seconder is. I forgot who was seconding. I forgot.
I believe it was Greg.
I think it was Greg.
It was I.
Okay, so Greg, are you okay with the deletion of that reference to the legislation should not happen in the middle of a pandemic?
Sure.
Okay.
That's
So
With that, I would recommend calling the question.
I'm
Let's call the
trying
question.
very hard to call the question because I think this is going to go down anyway. Amended, delete, but let me write this first. The reference to a pandemic. Okay. So I need to get to the BAC, guys. So sorry. And make a new one. Okay, ready to go. Asai.
For the same reasons as John, I'm voting no.
I can't hear you.
Voting no.
Okay. Dorit. And I'm hearing, you're voting yes? What? You're voting yes?
I am voting yes.
Thank you. John.
Gosh, thank you for accepting my thing, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. Tori.
Yes.
Okay. Greg.
Yes.
George.
Yes.
Hugo.
Yes.
Okay. Raheem.
Yes.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Nancy.
No.
Janie.
Yes.
And I'm voting yes. So this is, I'm sorry, deep sigh. I'm just having such tech issues here. 2 no's. Let's just go with that first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
3 no's.
There's 3 no's.
There's 3 no's.
You're absolutely right.
That's why I'm secretary.
Rolling through this thing. I'm having tech issues in the live BAC PDF forms too. Everything's giving me trouble. Okay, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes. 3 no's. Right? And that's nobody abstained. Okay, and 5 absent. Okay.
Great discussion, guys. I thought that was a really good vote.
Wait, how did we go from 15 minutes behind to 45, Jeff? This is terrible. Let's see if we can speed through the agenda now. Oy. Okay. Oh, yay. The next item is interview and appoint candidates for open UNC governing board seats. So we're going to start with area representative Region 6, and Lizzie, I need you to, well, Lizzie has asked to be appointed to that seat. So Lizzie, first, I'm assuming as of this moment, you're resigning from the board and your current seat in order to be considered for this next seat. Where'd Lizzie go? Lizzie, are you here?
Yes, I had to unmute myself, sorry.
Okay, so technically, I believe you had already said you're resigning from the at-large seat, which makes it vacant, in order to be appointed to Region 6 area rep. Lizzie's the only person who applied. I'm going to share her application. And I don't really, Jeff, where do I go with this? If we have only one applicant and we all know her.
We know her. Let's just vote.
Yeah, I would just put the motion
We know
forward
it.
and ask for the board to vote.
Yes.
Okay, is it the consensus of the board that we
Yes.
don't need to interview Lizzie?
No, yes. We don't need to.
Don't need to. And you all read this, her application?
We know her.
Yes.
Let's not lie. Let's not lie. I'm not gonna lie.
No, don't lie.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't read it, but I know Lizzie. Okay, I didn't read
Well,
it. but I
Greg,
know
didn't
Lizzie.
you read it 2 weeks ago?
I don't know if I read it 2 weeks ago. That's 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I know Lizzie.
Well, the motion is, somebody needs to make this motion.
I make the motion that
Wait, to appoint Lizzie Moore.
You want to make it or what?
Oh, I'm hoping I just did spell this right. To the vacant area 6 seat. Greg moves. And who seconded?
Thank you.
Cordell, second? Was that Cordell beginning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there we go. Is there any discussion? Probably not.
Nope.
Okay. Let me create yet another BAC. I'm hearing voices. Okay.
I'm hearing voices too.
I'm hearing voices. You're not mute. You're just partners in the other room.
Okay.
Continue with the BAC.
Anyway.
Madam Chair, continue with the BAC. I have unmuted.
Don't distract it.
Okay, well, I'm good to go now. So the motion is to appoint Lizzie Moro Misato to the vacant Region 6 residential area rep seat. And I don't remember which group it is, but I'm going to look. So sorry. Seat 1, Group A. Okay. Seat 1, Group A. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
More discussion, yes.
Lizzie, I think we're gonna do the, you abstain. Oh, you're not on the board at this exact moment, Lizzie. You don't get to vote. Tori.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Here, actually, let me, while I'm thinking of it, I'm deleting Lizzie's name from this BAC. George.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yep.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Absolutely.
Chris.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
And I forgot Nancy.
Yes.
Okay.
And Tori.
I did I forget Tori? Tori.
No, you got me. You got me. Don't count me twice.
I did think I got you. Okay. That's a yeah, that's a pass. Okay, so so moving on. The next, okay. So here's where we now hit a conundrum. In the past, and I don't know if this goes all the way back 15 years or just simply recent years. In the past, we always had executive committee interview people first and then make a recommendation, and then move the applicants, one person usually at a time, forward to the governing board. At the executive committee meeting of June 16, we voted to recommend to the governing board that since we were facing the vacancies and we were going to try and fill them as quickly as possible, that we would continue our outreach for Area 4 and do outreach for the vacant at-large seats, and just deal with that tonight, at governing board, interviewing the candidates. So before we actually take up the other 3 candidacies, I need to know from board members if changing our procedure, it's not a violation of our bylaws or our standing rules, it's just a different procedure, if that is okay with you. If not, we will have to interview people at exec and bring these 3 vacant seats back in August. Okay, so hands can go up for discussion. I'm not making a motion. It was just a matter of just making sure we don't have ongoing vacancies. And nobody seems to care.
Tori has her hand raised.
Okay, Tori.
Is that, can you hear me, Laura?
I can.
Okay. Is that an exception to what we just did? Are you stating that as of June 16th?
We
changed
interviewed
the rule?
Yeah, we interviewed Lizzie at executive committee.
Okay.
We did not interview anyone else. No one else filled out applications. But we are facing it's difficult. It's just difficult to make sure we have quorum. So, that's why we thought to streamline the process. So subsequently, Greg said he would do Area 4 because he lives in Western Heights, and that creates Lizzie's change creates 1 vacancy at large. Greg's change creates a 2nd vacancy at large, and tonight, at the moment, we do have 2 applicants for at large. So, but the board,
Right.
again, we didn't ask the board in advance if we can change our practice. It's just a practice, it's not a thing. So Cordell also has his hand raised. Is that your question, Tori?
Well, yeah, I was asking for that reason because we did have other applicants that had been familiar to the board as well. I was just wondering if it was a difference in procedure.
It's not because it's Lizzie's thing was not a difference in procedure.
Okay.
Okay, Cordell, then Hugh.
Chris also has her hand up as well, by the way.
I'm sorry, Asai, what?
Chris also has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down, but what I see right now is Cordell and Hugh, and then I'll move down the list. Then Chris after that.
Well, as the former election chair,
yeah.
I would say that as long as it's reflected that this is a one-time divergence from procedure, then I personally think it's okay.
Okay. Hugh. Hugh's muted.
So have these positions been advertised as being available?
Yes. Yes.
How did,
well, through
how did
our,
Greg's position?
well, several times actually. In the e-blast indicate that we did an e-blast that indicated they would be specifically advertised, and then we did a act fast, appointments available, turn in an application, sent 2 of those out. So we're 3 different e-blasts over the last month.
And they were for the at-large positions?
Yes. Well, Area 4 and then for the at-large. So the at-large positions were not advertised for a full month. The Area 4 was. Advertised is not the right word. Outreach.
Right. My question is that previously we would have given more than a month of advertisement or outreach or whatever. And because we're now looking at doing this at the board as opposed to having the executive board interview people, we are not making the same outreach that we did in previous times.
Right. That's probably true. I mean, that's probably true.
I don't think that's completely accurate.
Okay. What do you
Because
think, Hugo?
I think that there have been some positions that have been advertised for over a month, but not always a complete, it's always been a complete cycle in terms of meetings, but not advertised for over a month.
Right.
Sometimes they were advertised from the governing board meeting, but applicants were taken and they were voted on at the executive board meeting the following month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chris? And I'm going to look up, just so you guys know, so I'm not watching. So if there's any other hands raised, Asai or Jeff need to call on, because I'm going to actually go into our MailChimp and see what the time frames have been over the last, say, year or so. Okay? So I'm listening. It may look like I'm paying attention, but I can't see hands raised. So Chris is next.
Followed by Marielle and then Cordell.
Okay. And make sure she's unmuted.
I don't see the need to make a change to our standard procedures. I think there's a real benefit to having candidates interviewed by the executive board. We have had patterns of people being elected and then almost failing to serve. And I think that vetting helps people understand the commitment that they are stepping up to do. So I would be opposed that we change our procedures. I think our procedures are there and have been served us well, and we stay the course. It's the start of the fiscal year. We clearly had no great difficulty making quorum tonight. I don't think we're that hindered, and I think Zoom has made it maybe even easier in some ways. So I would suggest that we stay the course and have the executive board interview the candidates, and we vote following that with the recommendations.
Okay, whoever was next is up.
That's me. So Gabby and Carlos or Gabriella and Carlos are the only ones who responded to the call for candidates outside of Lizzie, outside of the shuffling on the board.
Correct.
Okay.
So in other words, Greg, volunteered to essentially move over to Area 4 to make an at-large position available. But he doesn't have to do that. I will tell you the at-large, the Area 4 position has been advertised 3 times starting June 11.
I would make the argument, the opposite argument to Chris is to strike when the iron is hot. We've certainly had seats during non-COVID times sit vacant for months on end, and if we've got interest, we have interest. We've certainly had candidates and members vetted by the executive board that have gone on to be no-shows, and so I'm not so sure that that's a real predictor of how people are going to be involved. I feel like if we have people who are willing to do it, let's take them up on their offer, but that's my...
Thank you, Marielle. Cordell?
Just to add a little bit of context to the conversation, I understand the point and concerns of Hugh as well as Chris. There have actually been board members who campaigned during the whole election cycle who actually haven't shown up and performed. So I don't think I agree with Marielle that whereas, there is a concern that people are going to be committed and perform, it's not really an accurate predictor. And I do, I saw the e-blast from Laura, and I do totally agree with Hugh that we want to make sure that we're extending and actively marketing the positions and not being in a rush to fill them. But I think those two have been met. So, I'm okay once again with going slight off of procedure and actually moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Cordell. Madam Chairman.
Yes, Madam Chairman is coming back. So, is there nobody else has a hand up? Jeff, do you think it sounds like we do need to vote on whether on the executive committee motion on going ahead and moving forward or not? Because we don't have a agreement. Is that correct?
I would agree on asking or calling the question for the original motion.
Well, the motion hasn't originally been made, so the motion from executive committee, I'm typing. Move forward and interview candidates for vacant positions at governing board. So the motion is from, with typos, was from executive committee. So that's either me or Asai. To move forward, I guess it's Asai. Move forward and interview candidates for the vacant positions at the governing board. Is there a second? So I'm going to say Asai moves.
Second.
Q seconds. Okay. So I am going to BAC this.
Muting all participants so that they may vote.
I'm sorry?
Muting all the participants so they may vote.
Okay.
Board members.
Okay. Asai.
I'm abstaining.
Oh my God.
Okay. Dorit. Yes. John.
Yes.
Corey.
Say Tori, no.
Okay. Greg.
Yes.
George.
No.
I didn't hear the answer.
George said no.
Okay.
I said no, sorry.
That's okay. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yes.
Okay. Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris.
No.
Nancy. Yes. Okay, I didn't hear that.
Oh, yes.
And Janie.
Yes.
And Laura's a yes.
Laura, you haven't called me.
Who didn't I call?
Lizzie.
Oh, you know why?
Yes, I do know why, because you erased
I'm so sorry. The reason is, sorry, because I erased you.
Yes, I do know that.
And didn't put you in.
Lizzie, you can never be erased.
But I did it. Lizzie, what's your vote? Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, I did. I like purposely got rid of you, and then I didn't put you back.
Ooh.
Okay. So the vote is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 yes. 1, 2, 3 no's, 1 abstain. So the motion carries. All right. So this is where it gets complicated. So Greg,
Yes,
sadly, you must resign for a minute.
I'm resigning from the
So-
at-large position. It's been
Therefore,
great
therefore
knowing
declaring, therefore declaring the at-large position vacant. And it's been indicated to me that I'm supposed to try real darn hard to be sure that when I post these questionnaires, which I must do, that nonetheless I try to be really careful to keep the address out of home addresses out of view. So let me, okay, for Greg's, we're in the opposite order. So
I live at 2299 West 20th Street.
yeah, no, I've been told don't put your address in view, but okay.
For the whole world to know.
All right, so folks, I've got Greg's up here. I know, again, you probably read these. And he's been on our board for a while. Do you have any reason why I should keep this up? And do we have any interview questions? Okay.
Yeah, my question is, we just lost our treasurer, so we don't really need to be talking much.
No. We lost. I already discussed this with Octaviano. We may need to reaffirm him as treasurer, assuming you elect him to this position.
Just sliding over. Just sliding
Yeah.
over.
But no, we will have to do another motion to reaffirm you being the treasurer, assuming we have. We're going to vote you in here. So besides that, guys. Here, let me unshare my screen because it confuses me when I'm sharing the screen. Does anybody have comments, questions, anything at all, or should I just go ahead and call the roll?
I make a motion that we elect Greg to be, what is it, Region 4.
Region 4.
Second.
Okay, hang on. So Dorit moves, Hugh seconds, Appoint, Greg. God, my typing is getting bad. Jackson to area or rep position. Okay.
I'm muting all for the question.
Yes, but I must make the BAC. Sorry. Okay, Asai.
I mean, I guess, yes.
Dorit.
100% yes.
John.
I'm with a side, mate. Yeah, I guess so.
Tori.
Yes.
Greg, we're gonna go with the you can't vote because no, for real, because you're not at the moment
Yeah, I
on the
can't
board.
vote.
Remember? Gone.
I have no.
You are gone. Okay.
I'm in the other universe.
George.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yes.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris. I can't. Chris?
Chris has dropped. Oh, she's dropped off. I'm letting her back in.
Okay. Nancy?
Yes.
Janie?
Yes.
Lizzie?
Let's say it in 3 languages. Yes, see, hi.
Okay, so is Chris back in the room?
Yeah, my power dropped out, so
No,
I
no,
had
that's
to.
okay. How are you voting on Greg?
For Greg, yes.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 yeses. No no's. No abstains. Does that seem like it's the right number?
Actually, you have an abstention because Greg could not vote.
No, Greg's not on the board until he's back on the board. He had to resign.
All right.
So you understand? Okay. All right. So, but that's what I'm saying. Dorit, does this seem right that we have 15? If we don't have Greg, we have 15.
15 yeses, 0 no's, 0 abstains, 5 absents, and 3 vacancies.
Cool. All right. Okay. So that is that. So we have 2 people with us tonight, assuming Gabby's still on this long call, who are each here to introduce themselves and for us to interview for what are now 2 vacant at-large positions. So Carlos, I guess because you've been here before, we should have you go first, but noting that the vast majority of people here actually do not know you. I know it's not been a long time, but we have a lot of new people on the board. So if you can introduce yourself, I'm going to go look for your application and screen share it.
Great. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Carlos Carrick. I live in the West Adams area. Been here probably a little over 10 years, I suppose. I see some familiar faces on the board. I see some not so familiar faces on board, but certainly want to first say, thank you, for your time and allowing me to, basically come in and apply for an open position that you guys have. As Laura had mentioned earlier, I was on the board a few years back, but had a really trying schedule. I did leave 6 months prior to my term ending, but to Chris's point, absolutely, it comes with a lot of dedication and seriousness. For the most part, I see, a lot of things happening in the neighborhood for a good while. I've always wanted to be involved and figured, obviously serving on the board with you guys for the community in Los Angeles. It's a I guess a couple of angles for me. I guess one is to be a bit more aware of what's going on in my community, as well as to bring a voice, not only for myself, but maybe for others that don't necessarily have one, because maybe perhaps they don't think they have one or whatever, whatever the case might be. But that's it in a nutshell. Again, thank you for your time.
Okay. Any questions for Carlos? I don't, in my limited view.
I have a question.
Great.
Yes, I have a question. Carlos, which projects or which areas do you want to work on with Unnc?
Let's see. I was going to mention something. Well, thank you for asking, Double Dog. I'm a fellow neck myself. Actually, the planning and zoning department. I love what the information that comes out of that, and also the involvement for that. It's one of those pieces that are near and dear to my heart, because I do have a business local in the area. So just understanding, in what direction the city's going, what direction the neighborhood's going, it's imperative that I have a clearer perspective of what that looks like. And recently, with all the recent changes with COVID-19 and the things that's happening downtown, I got to admit it's a bit scary, because things are changing rapidly. Not that it's a bad or a good thing, but just, not being aware. And I have a, saying, I say, if, you're not at the table, you're part of the menu. And, I want to be at that table to understand what those directions look like.
Madam Chair.
I know, I see a whole bunch of hands, and
Dorit, Cordell, Janie, and Raheem. Dorit,
right,
would you
and
please
we're
go
also
ahead?
trying, and I was going to say, and we're also going to try hard not to take 40 minutes on this. So Dorit is next.
Carlos, are you willing to be secretary?
Unfortunately not. I believe Secretary deserves a better person than me. So.
Good one. Thank you, Dorit. Cordell?
Hey, Carlos. Since this is kind of personal to me, since I actually was appointed to your vacated seat, what would be different this time around in terms of commitment and ability to serve your entire term?
So some of you may know, and others may not, I've actually been in IT probably before IT was even started. I really started in communications while I was in the Marine Corps. Got out, did private industry, healthcare, entertainment, for nearly 30 years. Being in a leadership role, it really sucked a lot of my time away from me. I'm no longer in that position. So having said that, that freed up a good bit of my time. But so to your question, that was one additional, log I no longer have in the fire. So not to say that I'm not doing anything. I'm still very, active and very busy, but not as busy as I was before. And even with that role, which is a very demanding position with a private company, I still was able to manage to do 2/3 of my term. But now with that no longer there, I feel extremely confident that this shouldn't be a question next time.
Thank you, Carlos. Janie, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was just picking up on what you said, Carlos, about liking to be a voice for your community. What would you say are some of the things that you're hearing from your community that are issues that you would like to address? And can you specify, when you say West Adams, can you specify more specifically what part?
Sure. Okay, I'll go backwards. It's the easiest one. If you're familiar with West Adams, I'm at, and of course, Laura doesn't want to put my address, but like others, you guys know where I live at anyway. Actually on the corner of 9th Avenue and Adams Boulevard. There's a brick house right in that corner, right across the street from St. Paul's Church.
West Adams Avenues.
Got it. And what is it that you feel like your community members would like someone to take action on? What are their concerns?
Well, one of them is the requirements that are coming out of the city, right? For, and I'd say namely for landlords, as for one. And landlords, are directly tied to tenants that, obviously depend on, their services, their homes, that sort of thing. There's a lot of things going on in that area that I believe just aren't being heard. And a lot of those folks don't have a voice right now. And I believe that in order to get that voice, someone needs to speak up and need to do more. There's communications out there, but I don't think all of the communications out there. So that's what I meant by having a voice for others that don't necessarily have one.
So you're saying the landlords don't have a voice?
I'm saying specifically that landlords don't have a voice on behalf of the tenants. Right.
You're saying the tenants? Sorry, I just want to clarify. The tenants don't have, are you going to be speaking for the tenants or for the landlords?
For both. I think that, so there's a lot of communication out on behalf of the tenants, but there's zero communication out on behalf of the actual landlord. So if you've got, I guess to make my point, you know, there's a 75-year-old, you know, retiree that owns a duplex, and they're being, I guess, you know, I guess misrepresented. That's dangerous. And that puts not only that landlord at risk, but it also puts those tenants at risk. So that's what I mean by where folks feel they don't have a voice. I think that, you know, for the most part, there's a lot of championships that goes on with regards to tenants, as well as they should be. But I believe that there's zero communication, and I could be wrong, that's out for those landlords that really do need a voice. So
thank you, Carlos. Raheem, you have the final question.
Hi, Carlos. I was wondering if you could just talk a little bit about your past board experiences and maybe talk about some of your personal victories, maybe your biggest accomplishment from your prior term on the board.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. So there were a number of, I guess, you know, votes that I was really, I guess, proud to be part of with regards to, you know, buildings, businesses, things like that, that actually were requesting to become a part of the neighborhood. The other pieces, as far as, you know, helping, you know, neighborhood cleanup, you know, homelessness, those were okay. But it was, I guess, back to zoning and planning, that part was near and dear to my heart, where there were businesses that wanted to come in and that would obviously change the face. And I believed at the time negatively, in the neighborhood, that I wanted to be, you know, part of that and just say, you know what, maybe that's not what's best for the environment. Well, again, there were others that were good for the environment. So,
thank you, Carlos. Madam Chair, I return it back to you.
Right. So since we have 2 vacant seats, and frankly, they're both in Group A, meaning they're the same, they will both expire at the same time. What I'd like to do is now have us talk with the other applicant, because there's no difference between the 2 seats. So to be maybe save some time, let's have Gabby also introduce herself and talk a little bit. And while she does, I will be looking, because she's still here, looking for her application to post on the share screen. So where is she? Where's Gabby?
Hi, can you hear me?
There you are.
Yes.
And if you can introduce yourself, I mean, obviously nobody knows you. Some of us knew Carlos, but tell us who you are and why you're interested in the neighborhood council. And I'm going to look for your application and share it.
Yeah, thank you.
And maybe raise your speaker voice if you can make it a little louder.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Can you hear me clearly? I hope so. Here, let's.
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'll be brief. I've been living in the neighborhood for Region 6 actually for about 3 years. I've absolutely enjoyed living here. I think it's a great place to live. So kudos to you all for helping to make that happen. My line of work is in local government. So I have worked closely in the past with elected officials, focusing on ethics, transparency, and accountability. And I've also managed municipal elections for several cities, most significantly working as a liaison for between the communities and Los Angeles County Clerk's Office, conducting outreach, voter education. I did help to increase voter turnout in local elections in Culver City, actually, by I think it was like maybe 7%. So that was very proud of that. And then I started thinking, really, why not try and do that in my own community, increase involvement. And so I also ran a lot of government meetings adhering to the Brown Act. So I am a city clerk. Right now, I'm currently working with a local public utilities agency that is extremely flexible. So I finally have the time to get involved. I've gone to a few events, but haven't really had the chance to volunteer, participate like I do now. And I'm certainly looking forward to being involved, and think this is a great opportunity to get my feet wet in the community involvement here where I live. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so I've posted Gabby's, are you Gabby or Gabrielle?
We can use Gabby. Sure.
Okay. Okay, so have you guys, again, we had all had a chance to read it. Do I need to leave this up on the screen or should I take it down? Although the last two, somebody else took down for me. And that happens again. Okay, there's hands raised, several hands raised. I'm not seeing them, but I got a little alert.
We
Okay,
have
Dorit.
first
Dorit.
and Janie.
Yes, Dorit.
Okay. Gabby, would you be willing to be secretary? Or take on a leadership role?
Yes. There are a number of things that I already think we can start working on improving. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Gabby. Janie, you have the next question or comment?
In your application, it said that you would like to do outreach and get more people involved from communities that aren't currently involved. Can you tell us a little bit about how you would do that?
Sure. I mean, in the past, really what has helped is just, that contact, personal contact with people. I did so much outreach in Culver City and in Brea, just talking to people, going out there, getting them involved, knowing that they can come to me. A lot of government officials in general don't necessarily share. I love that some of the people that were on here were sharing their phone numbers and email addresses. That's not really common in a lot of local government agencies. And so what I've done in the past and has really worked is just getting out there and talking to people. Granted, I am only one person and I can't do that all by myself, but I think that generally the culture of this board has always been to involve everyone and be as open and transparent as possible. And so I'll continue to look at ways of improving that. Another thing that has really worked is just improving our social media presence. That's something that I think we can definitely work on improving. And just in general, looking at what we do now and finding ways to change it up a little bit. The times right now are tough and a lot of people are looking to get involved again. So this is a great opportunity to get others to come to our meetings. And, sometimes, we may regret it if we have a lot of public comment, because I see that all the time with some other agencies, but it might be great to have that many people involved in these processes, and that's the way to get started locally. Voter turnout is very low in general, and so one of the ways that I would love to improve that is by using the agencies that we already have established, like this organization.
Thank you, Gabby. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to take my moderator hat off.
Sure.
Gabby, are you connected with the county or are you working with the city clerk's office? I wasn't clear on that one.
No, so I actually, neither of those right now. I am the clerk for a local public utilities agency. So it's called a community choice aggregator. And what they do is they deliver or they procure energy and work with established investor-owned utilities such as Southern California Edison, and deliver that, generate that energy that is actually renewable energy. So I actually work with the board of directors directly.
Okay, but you have worked with the city clerk's office.
Yes, but not for the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, all right, that explains it.
Yeah.
My CD10 hat and my neighborhood council hat, we've had tons of problems with the city clerk when it comes to financing and loopholes and jump through this hoop and go to that hoop. But you've answered that. Thank you.
Okay.
Putting moderator hat back on.
Okay, Hugo has his hand sort of raised. He has a question.
Hello, very nice to meet you, Gabby, and also you, Carlos. I was wondering if I could ask a question of both. Can I do that?
You can
Okay.
do that.
I wanted to know, I guess, what are the top 3 things that you guys want to do?
Well, I was going to say, you can do it, but you're pushing
what are
us
the
past
most
10 p.m.
So yeah, if you guys can keep it brief, then thank you.
I would let Gabby go. I would say let Gabby go first, and then Carlos.
Sorry, can I go now or?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. I'm not entirely sure exactly where I would get started. Like I said, you guys have done a really great job, and I really do enjoy living in the neighborhood. I guess I would, top 3 things that I would like to do, really just have one, but really just improve community involvement. UNC has done a good job, but I think that there is room for improvement there in that area. I'd also like to improve accessibility to agendas and minutes and other actions of our governing board. And really, I mean, I do know a lot of people that have never heard of UNC in my neighborhood. I was surprised, and that is the reason that I decided to submit my application. I was kind of saddened that a lot of people hadn't really heard of it and don't actually care. So I want to change that. No better way to start than now and during this time. And really just become, like Carlos previously said, just get more involved. Learn about what's happening in my neighborhood, and help to make those decisions with you.
And Carlos. Oh, you're mute. How do we unmute him?
Shame on me, and I'm IT, I don't know better. So really quick, I know there's an initiative just started to, and I can't remember the right term, to do something about the speeders, right, that are actually using our neighborhoods for freeways now. Now that the 10's, packed, they're racing through here like as if, they're actually on their own interstate. That's one of the pieces that I really want to get started on right away. I know that there's other folks in the neighborhood that are working on that, but I've certainly gone out and reached out to them to help them with that. The other piece is, I guess for the most part, again, zoning and planning, near and dear to my heart. There's just so much going on. Any moment now, it looks like you expect to have cranes just all around our neighborhood. Again, to really be involved, what does that look like in the next 10 to 20 years, right? Most of the folks that when I was on the board last time, 99% of them, right? Like Gabby said, they didn't know what was going on in their neighborhoods. That's something that, again, I want to get right on right away to start giving out more information that these folks don't normally come to meetings because they don't know these meetings exist. And then finally, like I said, the other one is, near and dear to my heart, because I've personally witnessed where I've seen, some, business owners, and whether it be landlords or not, they really they just had poor representation, and a lot of them just end up losing their stuff. But it doesn't get out. And it affected me a lot because I was personal friends with them. And I saw how things happen, and I saw how it trickled down to the rest of the people that depended on them. So if there's something I wanted to get right on right away to start getting more information on, to have them better prepared, right, for those sorts of things that come, I want to be able to go in there and do that. So
thank you, Carlos.
Okay.
Madam Chair, back to you.
Yeah, so Madam Chair is throwing what the motion should be, but she's not making it. The motion, well, she could, but she doesn't want it. Should come from everybody else. The motion would be to appoint Gabriela Monzon, if I pronounced that correctly, and Carlos Carrick to the 2 currently vacant at-large positions. Both of the positions are in the group of Group A seats, which are up for election in 2021. So This appointment technically would be for about 1 year each. So we could do a motion that was single motion for both appointments unless Octaviano writes me a quick note and says we can't.
I'll
so
make
I-
that motion.
Should we not have separate votes for each?
Well, we didn't have separate motions when, Janie, when it was you and Nancy. We just had to separate. Well, we had to separate you because it was 2 different time periods. But is Octaviano still on the meeting?
We don't need 2 motions. It can be one.
I don't care. I mean, it's going to take too long to discuss it. So if it's taking too long to discuss, we can do 2 motions.
Octaviano is on.
Yeah, Octaviano's not on the meeting. So, so what?
He's unmuted and in the meeting to answer.
Oh, where is he?
I'm right here, Madam Chair. Look,
Okay.
the only concern we would have is that as long as the majority of the board approves of each appointment, then you should be good. However you want to move forward.
Oh, I see. You know what? You're right. Let's just do 2. Let's be done with this
Or
discussion.
how about doing a vocal board voice?
A what?
About polling the board vocally now, whether or not they are in favor pretty much of that motion, and then someone, I think Asai moved and somebody seconded, and we can go from there.
Okay, I didn't see an Asai moved and somebody second, but
Chris
what
has a hand up.
But what Octaviano said is that Dunn would need to be assured that each of them has a majority yes. So I think we need 2 motions.
Which is why I think you do a vocal poll.
Yes. Chris has a hand up also.
Correct.
The
Okay.
vocal poll though, would get the
Guys,
feel of the
it's just taking a long time. I was trying to cut time short, but it's doubling the time as a result. Dorit and Janie, but honest to God, I can just do 2 motions. Dorit?
Somebody might, I think we need to do 2 motions because if somebody has any question about one person, they want to vote no, they want to vote yes on the person, it's putting them in a really crappy situation.
That's right. So we will, that's what I'm saying. I amend my thing. So what we need is a motion to appoint one of them or the other of them first to the vacant Group A at-large seat.
A question,
Chris does it.
is one of the at-large, Laura, we've taken plenty of times on zoning and
I know.
planning in the past, so let's take a
Oh,
moment.
no, that's not why I'm doing this. I can't, I'm having trouble reading the notes in chat. Sorry.
Question is one of the at-large seats we're voting to fill tonight the one that was just vacated by Greg?
Both of them were just vacated by Lizzie and by Greg. Yeah.
Okay.
And they each happen to be coincidentally from the Group A group. There are, it's hard for me to track this, but there are, I believe, 6 Group A's and 5 Group B's, but I could be wrong. So the group A, there's 6 Group A seats. All 6 of those are up for election in 2021. And coincidentally, both Lizzie and Greg held Group A seats. So nobody is up for a Group B seat, which is the one that we had an election just a year ago. And those seats are 4-year seats, good through 2023, but none of those are vacant.
Dorit, you have a comment, and then I will hand it back to the Madam Chair.
I have no comment. I'm sorry, my hand was accidentally raised. Forgive me.
Okay, so all I need to know so I can create a BAC is which is the first motion.
May I suggest, Madam Chair, that you go with Carlos, who was interviewed first, followed by Gabby, who was interviewed.
Fine. So the motion that I'm not typing. So somebody needs to make
No,
the
I was
motion.
just going to start the motion.
Nancy. Okay. Nancy.
Okay, I move to appoint Carlos Carrick to the currently vacant at-large position, Group A 2021 seat.
I second it. Greg Jackson seconds it.
Unmuting all board members so that they can answer the roll call vote.
Right. I'm still typing the motion, but I've got the BAC ready to go. Okay. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
George.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yes.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes, please.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
And Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I may have misspoken, however. I mean, it's strange. I'm going to tell you the votes and then I'm going to tell you the strangeness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's 16 yeses and nothing else. On the BAC, it would indicate a different, that one's an A and one's a B, but on our roster from Dunn, they're both Group A. So Octaviano, what's the resolution on this little piece of problem?
But as long as you're clear on your end, and
I'm
then we can make
I'm not clear at all. Dorit, what seat do you think you sit in? Because
I sit in the one, I sit in A, although I would take B if you're going to give it to me because I don't want to run again so soon, but I sit in A.
Aha. So that's the issue. So on the, yeah, we've got, that's what I've got on the BAC and not what I have on the roster. So the reason this is a problem, you guys, is I lied. One of the seats is for 1 year and one of the seats would be for 3 years. We just appointed Carlos to the 1 year seat based on the BAC. And is that okay by everybody? Because it looks like on our BAC, the other vacant seat is a B and not an A, Group B and not a Group A. And I don't know why there's a difference between the BAC and the roster.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that you keep the motion as
Yeah, no, we just passed a motion to appoint Carlos to a Group A seat, which expires in 2021.
And the next question would be, are there any objections with Carlos and or Gabby for that? Otherwise, then you move on to your next motion.
That's a question. I'm looking at the BAC. I can't see any hands raised or hear any answers.
Cordell has his hand raised. Cordell, please
Okay,
go ahead.
Cordell.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing Jeff said. Is we had the same issue with Hugo and Anna, I think it was, when we appointed them. I think you got to ask the candidates first.
Right. Well, and that is correct. I mean, so in other words, what I'm really seeing on the roster, not on the BAC, is too many Group A people. Yay. So on the BAC, I've got the right number, and on the roster, we have an extra Group A.
If I may say, when it was me and Hugo, you guys flipped a coin.
Correct. Hugo got Group B and Dorit got Group A. And I think it was because, from what I'm looking at this, is because Hugo replaced Molly Pross, who was a Group B, and in effect, Dorit replaced Ethan, who was a Group A.
It was decided by a coin toss, though. It wasn't like you're gonna.
No. But I know what the seats were. I've got a color coding on this roster that I added from what Dunn sent to me.
Madam Chair, may I suggest that we ask both candidates whether they're okay with a coin toss? I will do it right now and take a picture of it and share it.
Or is Carlos good with a seat that's a year long and he has to run again?
Actually, before Carlos answers, I'm okay with having a 1-year seat, and Carlos can take the 3-year if that's possible to do. Since I'm new, I certainly don't mind doing that.
We would have to.
Carlos, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll take a 3-year because after 1 year, I was going to rerun anyway.
That's a good deal.
Okay, so we
go.
Problem solved.
I like it.
We have to revote.
We don't have to revote. You just need to change the BAC to reflect the board's decision that just happened because everybody's in agreement.
Okay. Well, all I put was appoint Carlos. I haven't written the whole thing out yet, obviously.
3-year position. 3-year position.
Okay. Listen, we have our Dunn rep here, so nothing is that we're doing is secret. Octaviano, is this okay with you? Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Or do we need to revote?
No, we don't need to revote.
Real quick, I was going to save Gabby. The first year or the first term could be kind of brutal if it's 3 years. So no, I already know what I'm looking at.
I just want to ask what Octaviano, since we screwed up on this, do I need to do another vote?
Madam Chair, if there's no opposition by the board, then you should be okay. You're okay.
Cool. Okay, so then that's good. So the next, I'm just putting this in chat so that we all see it's pointed to Group B, 2023 vacancy by consensus, right? So correctly. All right, so the next motion needs to be to appoint Gabby to Group A.
May I make the motion?
Second.
This is Lizzie.
Lizzie moves.
Second by John.
John seconds. Appoint Gabriella. Is it Gabriella? Monzon? And how do you pronounce Monzon? Monzon?
Yeah, just Monzon is fine.
Okay.
Easy pronunciation.
Thank you. Vacant Group A.
I'm muting all board members so they can vote for the question.
Yes, but you have to give me that. Gabby's watching all this saying, oh my God, somebody needs to fix these systems. Right? Okay. All right. Asai.
Yes.
Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
Carlos. Wait, you get to vote on this, I think.
Yes.
Okay, somebody's whispering. Carlos, are you voting on this one?
Yeah, I said yes. I
Oh,
unmuted.
okay. Sorry,
Yep.
well, because I'm hearing two voices. George,
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo,
Yes, from me too.
okay, Raheem,
Yes.
Marielle,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to steam ahead through our agenda because guess what, you guys? Is there anybody desperately wanting to be appointed or reappointed tonight for committee chairs, or should we just defer all of that to August?
Defer.
I mean, Elizabeth has already left. She does want to be reappointed as at least co-chair of environmental, but I don't, she had to go home. And I don't believe this would be the time. I'm not looking at the screen. If there's anybody here in our participants who are here to be appointed to a committee chair or co-chair, now would be the time to raise your blue hand, which I can't see. Is anybody's hands up? All right.
I see no hands, madam.
Cool. Not so really cool, but cool enough.
Wait a minute, Jane.
Sorry, I was going to be appointed as a representative for the Sustainability Alliance.
That's not even on the agenda.
It doesn't have to, okay, it doesn't have to be now.
Right. So, so next month we'll have committee chair appointments and appointments for the various alliances, because there's a whole bunch of alliances now, some new ones that have started. So we'll do all that on August, okay? So start thinking about it. Moving on to executive committee, and oh my gosh, is Wayne still here? Is Wayne?
I am.
Oh my God! And how late is it? You're not here, are you? You're somewhere.
I'm not.
In the Midwest. So sorry.
No problem.
So sorry. So the next item on the agenda is a request for a neighborhood purpose grant, or MPG funding request. All kids bikes. The Strider Education Foundation requests an MPG grant to help support the funding needed for a 50 school program. LAUSD is in support of this program, and they've done a pilot already with one school. The all kids bike kindergarten PE program will equip schools with everything needed to get kindergarteners rolling on bicycles, including a fleet of 2-in-1 balanced pedal conversion banks, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, all of you guys have read our agenda, correct? Do I need to repost this? Anyway, the total cost, this is all throughout the LAUSD system, is projected at $200,000 or $4,000 per school. And our applicant proposes that one of those 50 schools will be located within UNNC's footprint and requests $4,000. So, hi, Wayne.
Hi, Laura. Hi, everyone. So if I know time's of the essence, certainly.
Yes.
Would it be okay if I shared my screen and just
yes. Let me find you and I'll make you a co-host. There you are. And share your screen. I'm seeing some yawns. So
I'm going to turn the video on.
I will remind you, hi Wayne, that we had a big question about, there's really 4 schools in our within UNNC's footprint that have kindergarten programs. And I do not know if you had a chance or anyone had a chance to speak to principals.
So we haven't caught up with principals yet,
Okay.
just based on the circumstances, but we have been in communication with LAUSD wellness programs, and we're moving forward.
Okay. So if you want to share your screen and explain, remember that most of the people here have no idea what we're talking about, because only a few of us.
Exactly, yeah. Certainly. I'll do my best to be very quick, and I think sharing the screen hopefully will answer some questions, and I'll, let me see if I can just pull this up real quick.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Can everyone see that?
Oh, kids and bikes.
Well, we're seeing it, but we're getting an echo from somebody on their, hopefully not you, Wayne.
Okay. I'll be very quick again, and I do hope this will, it's good to be back, and I hope this will help just catch folks up. So All Kids Bike is the umbrella we operate under. It's the Strider Education Foundation, and we place kindergarten PE Learn to Ride programs in public schools for free, and we do that through community generosity. So just wanted to point out, as Laura mentioned, this particular request is in coordination with LAUSD wellness programs. And it's based off even the great results we've had from the very first pilot at Bertrand Avenue Elementary School in District 6 of LAUSD program. So very quickly, so you can see it. One, you can see the bike there. Might be a little hard to tell, but it's a 14-inch bike, so it's fit perfectly for a kindergarten student. But the program consists of a teacher training certification, so we help make sure the teacher, as they come on board, understands what the program's about, the bike equipment, and the curriculum. But there's 8-lesson curriculum. So this is a Shape America standard curriculum. So it's plug and play for the teachers, which is very important for them and certainly embraced by LAUSD. There's 22 of these Strider 14X Learn to Ride bikes, 22 helmets, 22 pedal conversion kits, and then there's 5 years support from All Kids Bikes. So we give that technical support for 5 years. And then that $4,000, just to point out, this individual investment has a lifespan for what we're projecting as a minimum of 5 years. However long the fleet lasts is how long that $4,000 will carry out. So ultimately, that usually pans out to be at less than $10 a child learns to ride, or less than $10 a child to learn to ride and use this fleet of bikes, which is the property of the school, and they get to use it at their discretion. We just simply ask and encourage that the 8 lessons are done so children learn to ride. Very quickly, this is kind of the secret sauce, we call it, but if you can notice there, just the young lady on the right is in balance mode. So how this works is we introduce bicycling to the students in balance mode. So their feet are square on the ground and they learn to ride, which we've equated somewhat to pedaling, but that actually isn't true at all. It's just about balance and steering. So once they get the balance down, it's the first 5 lessons of the curriculum. Most have it down by then the bike can be converted to a pedal bike. So you see in this picture, this particular bike, so it's the same. I'm gonna go back real quick. So that bike is simply with 1 bolt out converted to a pedal bike. And so then the next 3 lessons, the student learns to ride in pedal mode. They already know how to steer, they already know how to balance. The pedals are very narrow, so the success again is very high. So they can easily convert to pedal mode in their pace over the next 3 lessons. So we certainly are getting the why now question, and we feel it's fair, and we are in this for the kids. The basic answer out of the chute is simply, we're on pause to an extent, but childhood development is not. It has no pause button. So kindergartners, as we talk around the country, are the most likely to enter school in person first for obvious reasons. There's a lot of kindergarten needs to learn in person as opposed to online learning. So that's the #1 reason. So this program gives your United Neighborhoods kids a chance immediately, the kindergartners, to have a joy-filled mobility moment, which they need greatly. Confidence for the classroom. I think any kindergartner, certainly now and beyond, does need a good dose amount of confidence, and simply the increase in health. This stat, elementary kids, 7 years old, spend 7+ hours on digital screen. That was pre-COVID-19. So I'm certain that number is up now. So just all things considered, we truly do believe that biking is the single most important skill that a kindergartner is going to learn in PE class right now, when you consider all that's going on in their life. And really, I would say that period, but certainly now. So one last consideration, and I'll be happy to answer questions. There's a few specifics about this program as we talk to PE teachers across the country, as we continue to talk to LAUSD. There are needs, PE needs, and this program naturally fits those needs. Spatial awareness, you do need to, it's actually taught naturally, but there is this simple understanding, even in kindergarten, of safe distance. So we can start to do this in a different way, and maybe a more fun way, definitely a more enjoyable way of teaching safety at distance. Limited touch points. I think you're gonna see in PE things like ball sports and others disappear for a season. So the thing about a handlebar, and in most classes, the ratio will be 1 child per bike, maybe 2 children per bike, but at least the handlebars are easy to clean, and the touch points are then limited for those kindergartners. Simply overall health, the muscle, cardio, mental, it's all needed right now. And I think we all understand that. And then the last thing is just community building. It levels the playing field a great deal for all the students. So with that said, be happy to answer any questions about the program.
On your hand is raised.
Hi, this sounds great. Is it an application process? Is it first come first serve? Is most needy? Who gets dibs on this?
So I'll share the ultimate goal, John, is that every school has this program. Our goal is every school across the country has it. And our goal is eventually all LAUSD schools have it as well. So I would see this being played out, as we talked before, a couple phone calls to the schools in your neighborhood, and then we'll find the one or couple that might want to take the program on. And from there, certainly a decision will be made just based on desire. So it would be one of your schools. So we consider this a designated gift for your neighborhood. And the ultimate goal would be that all your neighborhood schools would have this. So just another quick little piece, as the awareness is raised, we also would and will bat for businesses to come alongside, maybe quicker, sooner than later, just by the recognition being there. A business or someone would come along and help the other schools get it through private investment as well.
Thank you, Wayne. Janie, you have the next question.
Yeah, I was wondering, as kids go back home and want to ride in a more urban environment, are you going to be also providing a little bit of training about how to ride safely in an urban environment?
So indeed, what the program's set up to, it does teach, so the curriculum, in the 8-lesson curriculum, it teaches a number of safety elements, including helmet safety, bike check safety, and simple safety as far as biking. It does tee up, we'll say, traffic garden elements, etc. It doesn't have a traffic garden element. What we've seen though is locally in a number of other schools across the country, Trips for Kids or other organizations, Safe Routes to School, when these children learn to bike, then have the opportunity to offer those programs, typically post that program.
Thank you, Wayne. Dorit?
Sorry. I love the idea of this program. Seriously love it. Seriously wish it was around when my kid was in kindergarten. I have 2 concerns though. You haven't found a school already. That kind of bugs me, and I'm hesitant to vote yes on it because you haven't found a partner. And I know you think every school should take it, but as an LAUSD mom, I can tell you not all principals are gonna jump for it. Some principals already have things they've got to do, and I would have felt more comfortable if you had someone lined up before you came to us. And the second point is, this is a heck of a lot of money. It's a heck of a lot of our budget to be spending in the first month of our new fiscal year. That second point is to the board.
Okay.
Wayne?
No, Raheem, then Marielle, then Cordell, and then also Hugo. His hand doesn't raise in his machine right now, so Hugo's on the list.
I was giving Wayne the opportunity to answer Dorit's comments.
That's fine.
Certainly. Certainly. So I'll just as far as it, the program, the $4,000 certainly to your budget would be, I'm sure, a big amount. As far as the $4,000 for the program cost actually is around $9,300. So it would, for the sake of knowing the program would be 2 times. So your gift would even give more than 2 times the value of the $4,000. The other thing is if you just would reiterate that it would be a gift given this year that would resonate at least 5 years into the future.
Thank you, Wayne. Mario.
So who are you calling on, Jeff? Because I'm seeing hands go up and down.
I've got Marielle.
Okay.
I was concerned about the limit of 22 bicycles per program. I feel like you'd be hard pressed in LAUSD to find a kindergarten with just 22 students, particularly in our area. So I'm not sure why there's that limit, if there's something that can be done. Also, what do you do about replacement bicycles? If one busts, are they SOL, or is there a way to get a replacement bike in?
Certainly.
Thank you, Marielle.
So there can be a larger fleet. So the base fleet is 22 bikes. Some schools do choose to build out a bigger fleet, and we actually, as a foundation, are afforded foundation pricing on those bikes. So we can build those out at an additional cost. It is a discounted cost. The bikes themselves, so the 5-year prediction, or the 5-year, if this were a home bike, 5 to 6 years easy. So a replacement bike would not, if a bike were to, and I would say this, that it most likely won't, but if there were an issue with a bike 3, 4, 5 years down the road, then yeah, it would have to be replaced at a budget expense.
Thank you, Wayne.
And or a donor.
Thank you, Wayne. Hugo, then Cordell and Raheem.
Hi, Wayne. Just to clarify, with the bikes, so it's going to be a set of bikes that are used by different kids throughout 5 years, right? That's how it works?
Correct. Essentially, Hugo, the first kindergartners that learn to ride on this fleet of bikes, when they're in 5th grade, will be watching kindergartners learn on the very same fleet of bikes.
Actually, Dorit and Marielle answered 2 of my 3 concerns, but my 3rd concern actually reflects back to Dorit, and that being that you haven't identified and have this program vetted through a principle of LA Unified, because one of the issues you're going to really face is liability. You know, a lot of principals aren't going to want to adopt outside equipment that they then are going to be liable for.
Certainly. So one of the reasons for the partnership with LAUSD, is for that, to help identify, help communicate, and build this program out. The liability element certainly would, it's something someone would have to consider. What we many principals embrace it. I could say it that way. Just based on what they see as far as return of students' behavior, maybe students' community, and considering the benefit of learning to ride a bike. We do have storage solutions too. I'd share that. So we offer a couple of different storage solutions. The bikes are smaller, so programs that have happened in the past, big pedal bikes, sometimes there's that concern, but these are very small bikes and they can fit in very tight, small places.
Thank you, Wayne. And our final question and comment from
Hugo and Raheem.
We did. Hugo's got another one.
Oh, I don't know. Did we do Hugo? I'm so sorry.
Yes, we did do Hugo. You had
Madam
stepped away.
Chair is going nuts.
But it's fine.
Okay, Raheem, I'm going to leave it up to you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Wayne. Curious if there's like a an official relationship between All Kids Bike and Strider, or is that just a company you guys happen to buy all your bikes from? And then my second question, you guys are in South Dakota, right? So I'm just curious where there's other cities or school districts that have signed on to this program, and then why are you targeting LAUSD now? Is it just because it's a big school district, or what?
Certainly. Yeah, let me, okay, so repeat the first one. Strider.
Yeah.
So the relationship is, this is a slide I cut out. I actually usually have this slide in there to explain this relationship. Strider, the company, was founded in 2007. In 2014, Strider, the company, started committing 1% of gross profits to initiatives, knowing that if Strider, the company, didn't do a sweep, there would be a number of kids who would be left behind, who would never have a chance to learn to ride at a very young age. At 3 years into this process and millions of dollars through their gifting of gross profit, and there was an understanding that we actually need to make this a bigger group, a collective group of folks. So the Strider Education Foundation was formed. So I'm part of the Strider Education Foundation, which is the nonprofit. So, and that nonprofit now is able to connect our kindergarten PE program, still the generosity of the Strider Rider Fund, and then community. So the foundation operates independently and separate. The LA market, or the LA community all around. So Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, and just a little FYI, I'm actually over on the East Coast. So I'm having a red eye late evening, and but I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm the only one who's remote on the East Coast. Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools is our largest school system prior to LAUSD, and we're working to build out 112 schools with CMS actively right now. They have a number of schools going. It was at an urban coalition conference that LAUSD actually witnessed in person the Charlotte Mecklenburg school system program. So and Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, of all the things they could highlight, chose to highlight their All Kids Bike program for the representatives from around the country. And so
Wayne, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off there. Laura, I'm returning the meeting back to you.
Okay, because you must go.
No, I'm just moderating. It's now back to you and to move on decision.
Okay, so I see. I'm sorry, I'm paying attention. I'm tired like everybody else. So we will need a motion, and I'm not recalling the full motion from executive committee. Yes, Chris? Your voice is off. Hang on. You have to unmute you. Okay, Chris Carlson, I can't unmute you. Can you unmute yourself?
I am unmuted.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you have a question or a motion?
I wanted to make a motion.
Okay.
The motion is to adopt and support this with the condition that they secure the school so that we vote the money, but it won't be released until they have the commitment from the school to address Dorit's concern.
Okay.
I second.
Okay, hang on, I'm typing. So when you say release, it's really before the money is requested, because we put in a payment request.
Okay. So that.
Right. Does that look right to you? Move to support with a condition that the organization must have a commitment from a school before the money is requested, meaning our request to the city. Motion is Chris, second is Janie. Chris, I would like to ask if I can substitute in as the mover because of our little test issue, because it's a financial matter.
What do you want? Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm muting all board members so that they may participate in the BAC.
Right, but did you see what we've just done? I'm the mover, Jeannie's the seconder. Is there any further discussion? I know I hate to ask that
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Greg.
Based upon the budget that we developed this year, this uses all the money that we have set aside for outreach areas. We set aside $2,200 to reach out to our neighborhoods for neighborhood projects. We set aside $2,600 to reach out to the schools for a total of $4,800. So it doesn't use up all of the funds.
Greg, this is not an outreach. This is a NPG.
Let me finish. It still comes in the same area. So when we went over the budget last month, the presentation was that what we would do would be to reach out to the different neighborhoods and reach out to the individual schools to find out projects that they want to have in place. And then based upon what the neighborhood said, and then based upon what the school said, then we would give them an opportunity to apply for a neighborhood grant or for a community improvement grant. That was what we presented last week. So I do agree that this is an outstanding project. It is a worthy project, but based upon what we presented last month, and based upon what we said we would do to use our budget to reach out to our neighbors and to involve them and let them know that we're here for them, this project would take up all those funds that we've set aside.
Greg, we have a total budget, we think, of 32 plus 8. That's not accounted for.
We have monies given to us for this year.
Right, of $32,000. And
again, what I'm saying, please listen. Again, what I'm saying is that yes, we have $32,000, but we developed a budget that we submitted. So we developed a spending plan. And yes, we can change that spending plan, but my concern is that when we spend our money, it should be in accordance with the plan that we develop. Not just say it is a great idea, but not just say this is what's in front of us and we're going to improve this, but just please keep in mind what we said we want to do for the year. And one of the things that I'm stressed is that we use our money to go to the neighborhoods and to the schools to say we're the United Neighborhood Council, and to use the opportunities of receiving grants from us as part of our connection with the schools and with the neighborhoods, so that they will know that we're there for them. So that's just a process.
Okay.
Well, excuse me, Greg and Madam Chair, as moderator, I need to step in again.
Yeah.
Nancy has her hand raised. I think
Yeah,
we should.
but
Laura,
the Madam Chair has her hand raised if you're going to do that. Because why I'm taking a break, we did vote to accept the budget as presented and move on. But the truth is we did not have, and that's had nothing to do with this funding request. But we also specifically discussed two things. One was that really none of us had a hand in making the budget, but that's okay because that's your job. I mean, and it's a big job, I might add. And number two, that it can always be changed. I do not believe this comes out of those funds, but I could be wrong because I personally don't have a good handle on our budget. The reason I asked about how much money we have in the aggregate, which it sounds like we have 32 plus some amount of rollover that's not fully identified yet. And then as well, you know, we have some other funds, but that doesn't matter for this. So this would be an NPG. It's got nothing to do with the outreach budget, but we may not have put any money into NPG either. I don't remember. We're not going to solve that tonight. What I would suggest is that we vote on, since the motion is that we're not going to ask for a payment from the city until a school is identified anyway, that we have time to really at executive committee spend more time on the budget and see really if we, you know, where the money ought to be. If we even vote yes on this, which we might not. So I do understand your point, but because I don't think the one negates the other.
Madam Chair, we have one final comment and a question from Nancy.
From whom? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background.
Because everybody is unmuted for the call. Nancy, please go ahead with your question or comment.
Yes, Greg answered it. He said we put $3,000 in the MPG bucket, right, Greg?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, all I'm saying is that I just want us to execute our plan. I'm not against this, but if we have a plan, I just want us to be aware of the plan and remind us of the plan. And I know we need to be reminded, you know, each time we come, we need to say, this is what we have. Maybe we should look at the budget before we start looking at what we're going to spend it on, like look in your wallet first before we start spending it. I just want us to remind ourselves, we have a plan and we should execute our plan. And so yes,
One final question and comment from Mary L. Farnan, and then this matter needs to move on.
Right.
This is mostly related to the budget and to Greg's point in that I think every time we've passed a budget over previous years, it was with the understanding that it was more of an outline and a guide rather than something that we were beholden to specifically. Mm-hmm. Also considering the circumstances with COVID, a lot of our monies in the past have been put towards outreach and events, which, you know, for the foreseeable future isn't really going to be realistic. And so I think our NPG pot is probably going to grow as a result of that. So that's also something to keep in mind as we go forward and as we, you know, kind of reassess what our budget will be this year.
Thank you, Marielle. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the motion, well, I just do need to ask Wayne one other question. You originally had wanted this program to start like a month from now or a month and a half, but realistically, if it was a little later, is that a problem?
No, so we're certainly waiting like everyone. I think it's August 17th is still the target date for LAUSD. We would love for it to have pre-COVID-19. The goal is to have this up and going in August.
Yeah, but we don't even know if the kids will be in schools.
Right.
So
but we do, from what we're hearing across the country, kindergartners of all have the best chance of coming back to school just because of the needs of the kindergartners. So we expect that hopefully to happen on time.
Okay.
Or sooner.
Okay, so the way this motion is done though, it's not going to be an immediate request. If it's voted yes, it's still not going to be an immediate request to the city for money. It's going to be, we still have to work it out with the school. So I do not see any reasonable path where we would be writing you a check in early August based on everything else. So we're going to need to do this BAC, but I also therefore want to assure Greg that if this motion passes, there's still the ability to really take a better look at our budget. So anyway. So if there's nothing else, I'm gonna do the BAC.
One hand up.
I can't see any hands, unfortunately.
Chris.
On my motion. So in terms of a timeline, if it is approved, then the onus is on on Wayne and his nonprofit to cement that partnership with one of our local schools. And they could return in 1st of August with that partnership memorandum of understanding, and we could release funds if it was to pass.
Chris, I just sent a private message to Wayne suggesting 2 elementary schools within UNNC's footprint.
Right.
But as moderator, I do need to keep us moving
Right.
forward.
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. We gave him 4 elementary schools, and I had hoped that one of us or he or one of his people would have been able to reach the principals by now. There are 4 elementary schools that are eligible for this program with kindergarten classes in our footprint. We have provided that information already. So I'd like to call our BAC roll, if that is okay with everybody. Asai. Oh, I'll just let me just remind you. We're moving to support, but with the condition that the organization must have a commitment from a specific school before the money is requested by UNNC from the clerk to spend. So, you know, that's a big, you have to have a commitment from a school. Okay, Asai.
Yeah.
Dorit.
No.
John.
Yes.
Tori. Oh, I'm
No.
hang on 1 second. I'm doing something here. Okay, Tori.
No.
Okay. Carlos, you are not eligible to vote because you have to take the funding training again because I'm pretty sure you've fallen off their list. Okay, is that okay with you? You're even here? Okay. George.
Sorry, was muted, but you're right. I understand. Yes.
Okay. Hugo.
I like it, but no, I want to discuss it more.
Okay. Raheem.
Yes.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
No.
Chris, I'm gonna skip over you as ineligible to vote on this one. Greg.
No.
Nancy.
No.
Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
No.
Seven, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So without me voting, no, with me voting, yes, it's 8-7. And if I voted no, it's 7-8. So you guys have put me in a tough location here. I am going to vote yes, but I'm also going to say, Wayne and everybody else, that, you know, we're going to be really toughly looking at the school's participation before we would authorize the release of any funds, because I too am concerned that we have I'm not concerned that we have limited funds, because I think
Laura, that's already in the motion.
I understand. I'm just explaining, since I am the vote that makes it one way or the other. I'm explaining my vote. We don't have to have me explain the vote, but I am explaining my vote. Because
I was the.
All right. Well, anyway, I don't feel that we're going to run out of money this year. I think we're going to have a hard time spending money this year. but I don't want to spend money silly in a silly manner that it gets wasted. So anyway, motion passes 8-7.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
moderator here again. I'm just making sure we move forward in this meeting because
I know, because it's late. So so we're moving forward and backwards. We're moving forward to the president's report, but we have to move backwards and by voice. Well, we have committee updates too. By voice, we need to reaffirm that Greg is treasurer. Yes?
Yes.
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 Okay. And she left the room, but we did all hear Gabby say, right, that she'd be willing to be secretary. So I would like to have an official motion that
we can't appoint her secretary if she's not here.
No, can't do
We
that.
can wait until August.
No,
Okay,
can't do that.
fine.
Window.
Okay, making that note. And then committee reports, it'd be really lovely if we had none. Do we have any committee reports that I must have?
Yeah, actually, I do really need to make a committee report. So I just wanted to report on the slow streets. We have begun the rollout in Jefferson Park, and I learned a few things about it, what it actually entails to make it happen. There is quite a bit of outreach that needs to be done in a community, and you do need to secure volunteers. I have taken it on for Jefferson Park, which I'm just gonna, to be real, it's a lot of work for such a large area. So I can be a point person to kind of give advice and help other people along the way, but if you would like slow streets in your respective areas, you would kind of need to take on that responsibility. Again, I could give you advice about what steps that would entail, but I would need volunteers from the respective areas to be in charge of outreach, getting in touch and do reach to areas that don't have those. So just want to put that out there, and I would like to ask if anyone is willing to volunteer. You can also think about it, but if there are people who really do want slow streets in their areas, let me know.
Okay, Jeff Camp is raising his hand.
Janie, could you and I talk offline so I know who the person you're talking to, because the Avenues did their own requests at the same time, and apparently you were told something different. But if you could reach out to me on that issue so we can talk offline, I'd appreciate it. Also, Laura Reed has her hand raised.
I'll definitely be the point person for Sugar Hill.
Right.
Great.
So, and Jeff, I do want to just say that we basically had a long discussion at UNNC, 2 months ago, appointed a subcommittee, people raised their hands, joined the subcommittee, and we mapped out what we are approving. So I don't want to compete with the Avenues, but it's not, I don't know why they didn't jump in. But
Actually, Laura, we had a separate person who did it for our whole entire Avenues. But Janie was told something different, which is why I want to deal with this with her offline.
You know what? Actually, I can just answer it really quickly, Jeff. The Avenues applied separately, and they are being picked up as a separate entity, and they're going to be handled on their own.
Jamie, I'll take Region 6 if you want to coordinate with me for our little square.
Great.
Okay. All right. And what we'll do is, Janie, you're going to compose a little email that for the blast, but let's compose it sooner rather than later, and we'll send it to the board first to get you some other coordinators, all right?
Sounds great.
Lori had her hand raised.
I'm sorry.
No, that's for the next committee report.
Okay, go ahead, Tori.
Are we finished with Janie?
We are.
Please
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead, Tori.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna report that I had did some outreach with Dorit, and also I came across a couple of homeless single females that are trying to get their children back. So I referred to them some information and resources so they can work on their paperwork. Other than that, we reached out to at least 25 to 30 people and had a couple of people placed on a list for the new room key motorhomes. So that's my report so far for this last 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee reports? Okay, moving on. President's report. Ideally, we can do this quickly. In January, we and the other Council District 10 neighborhood councils collaborated on a candidates forum with, all or most of the candidates who were running for Council District 10. And it was, Raheem and Nancy spent oodles and oodles of time getting that promoted. It was very difficult. It was, a great success. There are now obviously only 2 candidates, Mark Ridley Thomas and Grace Yu, and the same group of neighborhood councils are proposing coming back together to co-support and promote a virtual candidates forum to hear from them. So purpose being to promote civic engagement, and it looks like they're looking at September 11th, maybe September 12th or 19th. Anyway, we're requested to participate as a co-presenter. There's no funds requested at this time, but not unlikely that a budget will be presented to vote for at the next meeting. So the question is, very simply, do we want to collaborate with these other neighborhood councils a second time? And I think the 2 people who can answer that question best would be either Nancy or Raheem or both, since they're the ones who had to shoulder the biggest load last time. And let's do this quickly, because it's in the end tonight, it's a yes or a no. So Raheem has walked off the screen. So Nancy, are you there? Oh, Raheem is back. So either Nancy or Raheem, if you could talk, just say yes or no. Should we participate in this again?
Absolutely. There's no reason not to.
Okay. And it should. Oh.
Nancy gave the thumbs up.
I'm sorry. I am being summoned to my to the left. So Jeff, can you moderate for a second here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
As president, I can't really make a motion, but I can urge the board to make a motion and a second so that we can resolve this matter.
I'll make a motion that we support another CD10 candidates forum, virtual candidates forum this fall with our neighboring neighborhood councils.
Second.
I'm
Can I
typing.
second?
I'm back. I'm typing.
Who seconded?
I heard somebody second it.
I seconded.
Chris?
I seconded also.
Okay.
Is that it? Collaborate with on another CD. Is that good enough, guys?
Yep.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
Mm-mm.
There are no raised hands for further comment or discussion. Call the question.
Okay, well, I can't call a question quite yet. I have to, as you know, make a BAC. All right, and everybody's talking.
They have been unmuted.
All right. All right. Asai, I think, has left. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. Dorit,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Tori,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
me, yes, Hugo,
Yes.
Raheem,
Yes.
Mario,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Cordell,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Affirmative.
we're getting tired here, Nancy,
Yes.
Janie,
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. I'm not even adding it up. Just trust me. I know, no, Dorit wants me to, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Hang on.
You don't have to count for my sake. You don't. It's all yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm not. Okay. Moving on. Treasurer's report.
Madam Chair is yes, the treasurer's report.
I'm sorry, what?
Said yes, Madam Chair. The next item is treasurer's report.
Treasurer's report. Oh, another suck, isn't it? Greg, you're up.
Screen. Okay, so first of all, I want to share with you the budget for this allocated funds for the year. This is, we have 32,000 that's been given to us for this year. I can proceed to load this into our budget allocations. I have not done that yet, as I'm still waiting for some documentation on our encumbrance, which has been approved as of June the 11th, but I don't have any documentation of that. And then we also have we're also waiting for our rollover amount to be shared with us, so that we may not need to add that to it, but we're waiting to see that also. And then the third item is that we have let's call it a glitch in the MERS report from April to May, where the amount, curiously, the amount of money that was set aside for the encumbrance is the amount of money that was deducted from the April MERS to the May MERS. And so they're working on that. They said they would get back to me next week on that issue. Okay, so any questions on that point?
Well, Greg, we have to vote on it because we have only till the 10th of July to vote on it. So what I was suggesting to you earlier today was that we vote to approve the MERS, but contingent on it being edited such that it accurately reflects the actions that we took. So to be specific for everybody else, what they showed on our monthly report, and there it comes, very annoying.
May I continue? Okay, so this is the MERS report for May. By all appearances, it looks just fine, other than the fact that there's about $3,996 missing from here. So the motion would be approval of this MERS, which has all the funds that we spent, but that we need the correction from budget people to correct the discrepancy that we pointed out to them.
Okay, so Greg, are you posting that motion, or do I need to go back and find it since I know I wrote it?
Okay, I can find that email.
Yeah, I know. It's like I sent it to you. Where is it? I don't know.
Okay. So hold on. Why don't you find that? Because I want to show them something else.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So, any questions on? We're going to vote on proving this MERS, which again looks fine, other than the fact that we have a concern about it. So that would be the motion for that.
Yeah, I've
So I'm gonna
got
stop
it
sharing
now. I just have to extract it from where I've got it.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay. So do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead and show whatever you were
Okay.
going to show, and then
Okay.
me posting
All
a
right.
motion is separate action anyway.
Okay. All right. So one of the things that I want us to be is, can everyone see this? Is this big enough for everyone to see? Yes, no, yes. Okay, so this is the proposed budget that we submitted and that was approved. Again, we're all saying we're mindful that it is a guideline of what we're going to do for the year. The major things that we know that will remain the same will be like web page. We increased that. Before it was like $200 or $225, and we increased that to $333 per month because we will have a bigger web presence due to COVID. We, as Meryl said, in the past we had more outreach events, so we will have fewer items. And so one of the things that we have in this budget is having funds set aside to reach out to the specific neighborhoods and to the schools in our areas. And that way, if we're reaching out to the schools in our area and to the individual neighborhoods, it increased awareness of our existence, that we're here to support them and that we have funds to support them. So we want each of you to reach out to the individual neighborhoods. And I sent you a list of the list of schools in your regions to reach out to your neighborhoods.
4 minutes left on this item.
We're reaching out to the schools to let them know that we have funds to support them. And that way they'll be familiar with our presence and that we're there to support them. Okay, so that's the budget we're going by.
Okay, I posted the MERS motion for whenever you're ready.
Okay, so, all right, so the motion, condition approved the May's monthly expenditure report with the provision that their approval is contingent, that it be edited to show that on June 4, 2002, you voted. Okay, you can read the rest of it. And the amount is that the $3,996 to be spent in fiscal year 2021. So they need to give us an explanation of what happened
Right.
to those funds.
Right. The main thing is for everybody, it's that all of us are voting on these financial reports, so they absolutely have to be accurate. And what they actually did is they properly somehow subtracted $3,996 from our available funds, but they did it in the gap between April and May in terms of reporting, and we never even voted on this until June. So this should not have shown up on the May monthly report except as a footnote. So somehow they need to edit it so it doesn't look like we voted in May to encumber those funds. So that's all. This is sort of technical because we could ask them to edit first, but then we run out of time and we'll get a red flag. So that motion is from Laura. It needs a second.
I will second it.
And is there any further discussion on this motion? I know there's potentially further discussion on the presentation that Greg just did on the budget, but on this motion about the monthly expenditure report, are we good to vote?
2 minutes remaining on this item.
Okay. So Dorit.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Tori.
Yes.
Carlos, you are ineligible to vote. George.
Yes.
Laura's a yes. Hugo.
Yes.
Raheem.
Yeah.
Marielle.
Yes.
Hugh.
Yes.
Cordell.
Yes.
Chris, you're ineligible. Greg. Did we lose Greg here?
No, I'm saying yes.
All right.
Yes.
Nancy.
Yes.
Janie.
Yes.
Lizzie.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting towards the end of when I have to leave. I am not at home, you guys. I am at work. I must leave really shortly. So where are we on this? Is there any, now do you have questions for Greg on the budget? Anybody? Okay.
Yeah, quick question. So I think I saw a glimpse on there of the initiative that I got approved for last fiscal year with the mailers that we're going to be sending out to all the neighborhoods. So I assume that just got moved over from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. So it's still on the budget as an item.
I don't know.
Okay. I think I saw a glimpse of it. I just want to make sure that, well, because I mean, I feel like there were like a number of things that we approved last fiscal year that ended up not happening because of COVID. So did those things just get moved over to this year?
Well, Raheem, so what's happened is we encumbered one specific project and everything else would have to be voted again. But it's in other words, because like the walk on Washington, are we ever going to have a walk on Washington? You know, so that 3,200 isn't there. We lost it, but we didn't lose it. We spent it in different ways. We spent it on food for hungry people. But
the board approves additional time.
You guys, it's 11 o'clock at night. So here's what I really, really want to suggest. I really want to suggest that for executive committee, this coming, when is it, 2 weeks from now, that we devote a full hour to the budget and try not to have much of anything else on that committee. Because I think a lot of us are making declarative statements, and we did by rote. We just passed a budget because the city clerk makes us, but we never had a budget committee this year. We never had any detailed discussions, and it is 11 o'clock at night. What do y'all think on that idea?
Sure.
Or have a Zoom meeting devoted to the budget standalone.
I say move it to, this is Dorit, move it to executive committee and then maybe have a Zoom meeting just for the budget if people are so inclined at a later date.
Okay.
Yeah, I also say let's do the secretary stuff next month. the
That's
minutes.
fine. That's fine with me too. It is a little. Yeah. Did somebody else have their hand up?
No, that was a thumbs up for what you were asking. Next item on the agenda is the secretary's report. And
No,
then
we
can
just
move
we
to
just
adjournment.
decided to table it again.
Yeah, we can move to adjournment.
That's cool. And Raheem, I know your question wasn't answered, but I'm
It's
saying
not,
we need
it's
to.
not in the proposed budget for this year.
Yeah,
But-
I saw that.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just going to say in broad brushstrokes, let's all, Greg, can you email us the budget so that we can, in our leisure time, each of us look at it? And,
Sure.
And that we're going to adjourn. And I also just want us all to be mindful. I think Mario mentioned this. It's really unlikely that we're going to be able to fund anything that would be seen as a physical event where people are face to face. In this entire fiscal year. That may change if there's a vaccine, et cetera, next spring. And also, I doubt very much that we have much money in there for a physical election, even though it's still scheduled. So we're gonna have to do some adjustments no matter what. And on that note, I'm so sorry this went to 11 again. I really thought it was a half the size agenda that it wouldn't need to.
Half glass full, it's not 11:30.
11:33 was the last one, but still, move it along.
One comment from the moderator before you adjourn, if I may.
Yes, sure.
The whole
I've already
needs to
suffered through the glaring looks at me for being here so late, just so we're clear.
The whole board needs to be cognizant of the fact that, yes, your voice matters, but we have to hold each other accountable for timing.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Okay, well, I'm going to be less mean than that. It's really hard in a Zoom meeting to go fast. And I respect that everyone wants to participate, and we should all be participating. So it's just that it is really difficult. I personally have attended virtually many neighborhood council meetings since this has gone on Zoom, and they're all going past 11. So I just don't really know how we resolve this, because we're not alone in this problem. And part of it is the function of the way we're meeting. So it's maybe more intimate, but I'm taking 3 minutes, so I've got to go. So let's adjourn. And anybody have anything else to say, or shall we adjourn? Oh, don't forget.
Great job, everybody.
Don't go yet. Don't forget. Save the chat on your end, because I'm going to save the chat.
I already have.
Perfect.
I already have. I've got all my notes.
I need Carlos's and Gabby's email.
Yes, but I will send that. And is Raheem still here? I don't know if Raheem is still here. Yeah, we need to have Raheem create email addresses for all the new board members. All right, and last but not least, there is a funding training. Octaviano emailed all of you after he left the room. There is a financial officer level funding training on July 9th, and you have the details in your email inbox for anyone who might want to take the higher level training. And for Carlos and for Gabby, who's not here, you have to take the basic training. Okay, good night.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love all of you guys, and the moderator is now signing out.
Thank you, Laura, for all your hard work.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you,
all.
guys.
everybody.
Good night. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Un abrazo.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Bye. Adiós.
Adiós.
I have to stay till everyone is gone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Hey, there's the Signatory. I like your wallpaper.
All right. Bye, Laura.
Yeah, no, I have
Bye,
to
Tori.
stay.
Bye,
I have to
Hugo.
stay
Bye.
until everybody's
No,
gone.
you don't. No, you don't. If you leave, the day ends.
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Let's keep Laura up.
Well, what happens is I would just end the meeting and you guys would be disappeared. So that's just so rude.
Good night, Laura. Take care.
Good night. So I am hitting,
Bye,
I'm clicking and I'm clicking.
Bye, Hugo.
Bye, Tori.
Bye.
Bye, Pamela.